A bill Democrats hope to pass quickly, guaranteeing access to in vitro fertilization. Co-sponsor Tammy Duckworth.
The very people who claim to be defending family values are the ones trying to enact dystopian policies that would prevent Americans from starting their own families.
The move in response to Alabama's Supreme Court ruling that frozen embryos should be considered children. Sad news for Curb Your Enthusiasm fans. His agent says Richard Lewis died of a heart attack 2 years after he announced his Parkinson's diagnosis. The comedian matched wit with Curb's creator, Larry David.
I would never touch a scone.
Are you nuts?
It's hard and it's
good.
Breaks
That's the way it's supposed to be.
And then the powder falls all over the floor, and then you got to vacuum after you eat. Who needs all this when you're eating a snack?
Richard Lewis was 76. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Is this Ken in Chalfont, Pennsylvania?
The one and only.
Ken, I have to ask you, how many keywords did you enter over the course of 16 days? Were you a participant every single day?
Every single day.
Yeah, Ken.
Awesome,
That's what I'm
Ken.
talking about.
Ken, have you ever been on a Disney cruise in your prior life?
Not in my prior life.
7 nights with up to 4 people for a summer vacation because the time to show your kids the world is now. Congratulations.
Yeah, Ken.
We are
Thank
very
you so
happy.
very, very much.
And we are hooking you up, and I'm assuming you will not have an issue finding 3 other individuals to go along, right?
Ken, we can't wait to hear, though, who you're going to take. Give us all the pictures. Give us the
I'll get
updates.
to you all that. Yeah.
This is so exciting.
Ken
Thank
and
you so much.
Chalfont, good job, buddy.
Thanks, dude.
And enjoy your trip.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Cheryl, and I'm living with sarcoidosis ILD, a type of interstitial lung disease. ILD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face ILD together, because you cannot walk this walk alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at lungsandyou.com.
It's Rhea Hughes for my friends at Window Nation. If you've had enough of your windows keeping the house chilly, then fight the February cold with Window Nation. Right now, replace your windows and save big with 50% off on all window styles, plus an additional 10% off this week, and 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. With proven quality and service, it's no wonder thousands have trusted Window Nation. Call 866-90NATION or windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Attention dental professionals. The Doodat Dental Group, official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, is expanding. If you're an associate dentist, assistant, or hygienist and ready for that next step in your dental career, then the Doodat Dental Group wants to meet you. Doodat features state-of-the-art locations with the latest technology, including robotic-guided implant placement. Doodat also offers health insurance, paid holidays, and vacation, health savings account, 401k, and more. Join the Doodat Dental Group team. Go to PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast.
So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter.
I'm Janice Dean.
I'm David Asman.
I'm Dana Perino, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Thursday, February 29th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. He hasn't been to the southern border in over a year, but President Biden's making the second trip of his presidency to the area in Brownsville, Texas today. The same day, former President Trump visits Eagle Pass, Texas.
First and foremost, recognize that the issue of immigration and the system being broken, it's been broken for decades.
The two are posturing over the politics of the border.
He's going to try and make the case to the American people, one that actually really succeeded for years. My hands are tied. Now, that's a farce that can't be continued anymore.
I'm Dave Anthony. Inflation overall has come down. It isn't as bad as it was 2 years ago, but the damage is done.
Essentially, you had the invisible hand of the economy take 1/5 of your buying power away. And whether we get some of that restored more substantially remains to be seen.
And I'm Jim Florentine. I got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
President Biden is going to Brownsville, Texas today. Former President Trump is headed to Eagle Pass, Texas. When asked about why he was going to the border after staying away for months as the crisis has worsened, the president said from New York,
I've been planning to go Thursday. What I didn't know is my good friend apparently is gone.
The move comes before Super Tuesday, before his State of the Union speech next week. At his polling shows, it's the president's worst issue. It also comes after Republicans in the House voted down a bill that some Senate Republicans said would help stop the flow of migrants.
There is zero chance I will support this horrible open borders betrayal of America. It's not going to happen. I noticed that, and I'll fight it all the way.
Former President Trump said in Nevada earlier this month that many lawmakers, specifically in the Senate, were worried about the bill failing.
They're blaming it on me. I said, that's okay. Please blame it on me. Please. Because they were getting ready to pass a very bad bill. And I'll tell you what, a bad bill is, I'd rather have no bill than a bad bill.
Well, President Biden did blame it on former President Trump.
All indications are this bill won't even move forward to the Senate floor. Why? A simple reason. Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump thinks it's bad for him politically. Therefore, he doesn't, even though it helps the country, he's not for it. He'd rather weaponize this issue than actually solve it.
The White House has said the president has no plan to issue any executive orders regarding the border following his visit, and that the answer lies in legislation. Also, Texas is not the hot spot for illegal entry it once was. Migrants have been moving west to Lukeville, Arizona, and Jacumba, California.
First and foremost, we have to recognize that this president has been advocating for an immigration reform bill, even much bigger than the border bill, the bipartisan border bill that we know about now.
Jose Aristimuño is a former deputy national press secretary for the Democratic National Committee and a former Obama official.
Even since the first day that he was sworn into office, the White House put forth a full immigration bill on the table, and as you know, it hasn't gotten much traction from Republicans. It's gotten traction from Democrats, but unfortunately, obviously, with the current political climate in Washington and Donald Trump running for president once again, he knows, and he said it himself, he knows
wait, Jose, do you think the president really thought that piece of legislation would pass muster with Republicans, or do you think it was a really fair effort, knowing that Republicans wouldn't go for certain aspects of the legislation?
Well, I think the president, he had real optimism that the recent bipartisan border bill was going to pass. I really do believe that, especially because two things: a majority of Americans support it broadly, Republicans and Democrats, and secondly, he thought, look, the American people are going to win out of this, and Republicans are going to score some points, and Democrats are going to score some points. Now, Trump, who's no longer in office, he wouldn't score any points because he's not really relevant other than being a candidate. So, and he said himself, he said, look, if we allow this border bill to go through, that is a victory for Joe Biden, and it's a defeat for me personally, Donald Trump. So at the end of the day, they're playing politics with something that is not political. It's about immigration. It's about children. It's about a drug crisis. It's about many, many things that supposedly they care about, but clearly they don't care about it enough because they care more about politics.
Well, Trump said that he would rather have no bill than a bad bill. But does the president think after the border legislation failed that with this trip he can sort of turn the issue back on Republicans, accuse them of failing to pass border legislation before the State of the Union next week, and that will somehow politically mitigate or even erase what's been going on at the border over the past 3 years?
Look, I think we have to first and foremost recognize that the issue of immigration and the system being broken, it's been broken for decades. It was broken with Obama, it was broken with Bush, Trump, you name it. So that's number one. Number two, what I'll say is, 100% doing it before the State of the Union, it's a way to make sure that we turn on the accelerator when it comes to the messaging. And the president has said it. He said it very clear. Having Republicans block this bill to even making it to the floor, well, if that's the route you want to go, fine, but I'm going to make sure everybody in America knows who is to blame, and that is Donald Trump.
Jose Ibarra, as you know, is accused of killing a UGA nursing student, Laken Riley. A migrant from El Salvador is accused of second-degree murder in the death of a 2-year-old. That individual had previously been in custody in Maryland, but ICE says the Montgomery County Detention Center refused to honor their request for a detainer to hold him, to deport him. How much are crimes committed by undocumented migrants factoring into the president's trip or maybe the future conversations about the border among Democrats?
First and foremost, our heart goes out to all the families, and it breaks my heart. This sort of violence should not be tolerated by anybody, right? Documented or undocumented, American or not American. That's number one. I believe that if we pass comprehensive immigration reform, you know what's going to do? We're going to allow to legalize a majority of good-serving people, and that's going to allow us to catch the bad ones, because the bad ones are not going to come forward, right? Because they know that they're doing something wrong or some sort of crime. So I think we legalize millions of people in this country in a long path to citizenship, by the way, because they should go to the back of the line, they should learn English, and they should pay taxes. But eventually they'll be legalized, and that's going to allow us to look for the bad guys a lot quicker and a lot faster.
Okay, finally, the president said he'd done all he could do, right? Before the bill failed, he told reporters Congress just needs to give him the authority. But the president, as you know, whoever he is, Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush, whoever, has pretty broad authority on who's allowed into our country. And that's been the case for decades. We saw it with Trump, right? With the numerous executive orders. There are some reports that Biden's considering an executive order. So I wonder which is it, do you think? Does he need Congress? Or is he really considering an executive order in this election year after that bill failed?
Yeah, look, if you want long-lasting change, and especially when it comes to funding of any agency, of any, in this case, being the border or being immigration, Department of Homeland Security, you need Congress. That's number one. Executive orders are great. They can help, but you're never going to be able to go the full force of the U.S. government if you don't use the legislative route, which is Congress. Can Biden do more with the executive orders? I think he can. I think there's a big chance that he will, especially in the asylum route. But at the end of the day, that's not going to be enough. We need more money. We need more technology at the border. And the only way to get that done is with Republicans and Democrats coming together.
So now as former President Trump moves forward in the nominating process, can he continue to campaign on the border in the way he had? And will President Biden's border stop change anything?
Politics have forced him to. He's got no option, essentially.
Christopher Bedford is a senior contributor at The Federalist.
The White House is looking at the polls in this next incoming election, and they're seeing that, well, a lot of their base has really pushed for these open border policies. When you've got rebellions in New York with Mayor Eric Adams, when you've got Democratic mayors in Chicago and Washington, D.C. starting to sound more like Jeff Sessions, well, then you got some trouble on your hands, and they need to try and convince the broader American people, especially independents, that they're dealing with this.
Now, former President Trump is going as well. He announced his trip before Biden did. President Biden, though, said the legislation that would have addressed the flow of migrants, that failed a few weeks ago because Trump wanted it to. He said that Trump called House Republican members and told them, don't vote for it. Was it at all risky for Republicans to vote the bill down after President Trump weighed in? Or can they sufficiently make the case that that border bill was so bad it needed to go?
It was so bad it needed to go. And it's silly to blame Donald Trump. There was always a group of, honestly, Donald Trump was kind of late to the game. Previously, you had senators like Mike Lee of Utah banging pots and pans and saying, we want to read this bill. We want to read this bill. there's indication that the Senate leadership on both sides kind of knew that this was doomed to fail. Mitch McConnell wants to get this out of the way in his last couple of months left in office. He wants to talk about Ukraine. That's kind of his legacy issue. And he put Senator James Lankford out there to try and sell this, get secret deal until the very end. Got the backing of the Journal and some other places. Meanwhile, Chuck Schumer seemingly never actually expected to have to defend this bill, even with his left wing of his caucus. They never even tried because, well, it was nothing like what Republicans wanted to. It was also something that would have ticked off members of the squad, some of his left wing. And at the end of the day, it was an amnesty bill, essentially. There was no way that Republicans were ever going to actually back that. And also, it would have tied Republicans' hands in the next administration by having actual law done by Congress that would have stopped the next president, whether it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump, from being able to kind of deal with what needs to be dealt with on this border. So it was a shrewd political maneuver by Democrats, and one that was a trap that was difficult to avoid once Mitch McConnell signed on. But I think it was intelligent in the long term for Republicans to say no to this because it wasn't going to solve any of the underlying issues.
But the border is something former President Trump wants to run on, right? I mean, especially with abortion being an issue that Democrats are going to be pushing and talking about. We know that, and we know that Republicans are still sort of searching for that cohesive message. The border is something that President Biden pulls very low on, and President Trump succeeded with numerous executive actions on it. It is something he wants to run on, no?
Yeah, and that's why you'll see President Biden and former President Trump at the border. You're going to see a pretty marked difference in their leader and who's talking to who and where they're going. At the end of the day, you're going to have Joe Biden in an area of the border that's Brownsville, Texas. That's pretty much a safe haven. It's not a spot that's particularly chaotic. He's going to try and make the case to the American people, one that actually really succeeded for years, that things are fine, that his administration is doing what they can, or maybe a little bit of my hands are tied. Now, that's a farce that can't be continued anymore because we know, as you just mentioned, that the last administration was able to bring the border down to 20-year lows with a series of executive actions. So D.C. saying it doesn't work doesn't actually help. But Trump's taking a different approach. He's going to Shelby Park, which is that place where Governor Greg Abbott sent the National Guard in.
And I just want your reaction before we let you go to Trump saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of the country. I have a feeling we'll be seeing that clip in a few Democratic ads as the election year marches forward. Is that kind of language too stark? Does it push potential legal immigrant voters away from Trump?
And that's kind of a Rorschach test there, is what you thought he meant by that. The president seemed to me, at least from what I could tell, seemed to be talking about the flow of deadly narcotics, particularly fentanyl, which is killing people from the lower classes all the way to the elite. I mean, you could be Tom Petty or you could be a smack addict in the streets and fentanyl could potentially kill you. And that seems to be what he was talking about. But a lot of Democrats who for a long time have successfully with independent Americans painted Donald Trump as an extremist with fascist tendencies. They try to draw correlations to Hitler, who did talk about protecting the bloodstream. That's the kind of thing that they're going to try and air. Whether or not that's going to move the voters is going to be, I guess, up to the candidate. So maybe Donald Trump actually has the ability to get past that kind of messaging and say, I know there was a lot of vitriol, but if you look back on those 4 years I was president, what really was so bad about it? And see if you can convince the American people of that.
Christopher Bedford, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. When I started the brand, I wanted to make the perfect fitting untucked shirt. And over the years, we changed the way guys think about how they dress. The secret was our obsession over fabric quality, listening to what our customers wanted and making everything fit perfectly. Our fit team has mastered pants, polos, sports coats, and more. So we've got you covered from head to toe. Try what millions of guys already know and love. Shop today at untuckit.com or our 80-plus stores worldwide.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
A cluster of raging wildfires are cutting a path of destruction through the Texas Panhandle. The Supreme Court has set a date in April for arguments over whether Donald Trump can be prosecuted for election interference. Comedian and actor Richard Lewis is dead at 76 after suffering a heart attack.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, February 29th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. Today is Leap Day. Fox's Tanya J. Powers explains why the day rolls around every 4 years.
It's Leap Day, that extra 24 hours tacked onto the end of February that keeps us on track calendar-wise. But why do we have leap years? NASA says it's because the calendar year and Earth's orbit don't exactly match. 1 year on the calendar is 365 days, but it actually takes 6 extra hours per year for the Earth to orbit the sun.
The House and Senate leaders reaching a tentative deal to avoid a government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson confirming to Fox's Hannity the meeting was intense as he met with President Biden at the White House, insisting he stood with the American people during discussions.
I reminded the president and all involved that the number one issue in America is that open border, the catastrophe that we have, that President Biden himself designed.
I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Bucks County is the third biggest county in the state. I'm sure if I'm wrong, somebody will let us know on YouTube in about 9 seconds.
You're going to get everybody calling about this because it's the fourth most populous county.
Third
but
biggest
as far as geographically, you see what I'm saying?
So I'm kind of right.
Kayal and Company, we're kind of right.
Hey, that's a promo. That's a T-shirt. Let's get it manufactured. Let's get it produced. Let's crank it out.
Okay.
Here we go.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jeannie. I was sitting in traffic and I was hit twice from behind by 2 different cars. My first thought was Morgan & Morgan. I was very surprised at how easy it was. I did not have to go into the office. I did everything by text. They needed documents. I could sign them. I could upload them. I could send them right back with ease. Call Morgan & Morgan. It's easier than you think.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
You can't control the weather, but at Horizon Services, we make sure your home is warm all season long. Whether it's time for a tune-up, a repair, or a system upgrade, our expert technicians will guide you to a custom heating solution that gives you peace of mind. We're always available with same-day 24/7 service, and to get you through the rest of the season, we're offering $50 off any repair. Plus, get comfort on your terms with flexible finance options. Your comfort is our priority. Schedule your visit online at horizonservices.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-514-1026. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-514-1026 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-514-1026 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-514-1026.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Electronics giant Best Buy will be releasing its financial results today. It's expected to report declining business in the holiday quarter, though in the fall quarter, Best Buy delivered an upside surprise. Also coming out today, the January Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. It's believed the PCE moderated to 2.4% inflation over the year ending in January. James Iorio, director of TJM Institutional Services, said the Fed is still trying to get inflation down to its 2% target.
I think inflation is not to where they want it to be to, but I don't expect it to shoot up to 5% either.
Also reporting earnings today, Papa John's International, Dell Technologies, Six Flags Entertainment, and Bath & Body Works. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
We'll get another update on inflation today. A price index known as the PCE, short for Personal Consumption Expenditures, which could show a creeping back up weeks after a worse than expected CPI report, another inflation gauge showing consumer prices rose a bit more than predicted in January over December, and the rate of increase did not slow as much as economists had hoped, with a 3.1% year-over-year pace.
Inflation is still too high. Ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain.
So Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is not ready yet to cut the interest rates that were raised 11 times starting in 2022 when inflation peaked at 9%.
The most important thing about what to know about the PCE is that it is the main index of inflation that is tracked by the Federal Reserve.
Mark Hamrick is senior economic analyst at Bankrate.
Let's keep in mind, Federal Reserve starting raising interest rates almost 2 years ago in response to the worst inflation in a generation. And so those rates have been sort of stuck at a certain high level for a while now in terms of what the Fed manages. And it's keeping an eye on the PCE as it looks to gain greater confidence, in the words of Chairman Jerome Powell, that inflation is coming down sustainably toward their 2% annual target.
Now, that target, yeah. Mark, I know that it's how important. Do they have to get to 2% before they start to cut rates? Because the expectation is that rates will be cut sometime this year. Do they have to get to that or at least get close to it? What do you think?
Well, they address this issue regularly, and the answer is no. The reality is that as inflation comes down, and this benchmark rate that the Fed sort of pinpoints at roughly 5.4%, every tick down that we see with inflation, that rate becomes increasingly restrictive. That's just the way it works. And so they don't want to become overly restrictive. And we know the outcome of that could be to essentially send the economy into the ditch in the form of a contraction or at least extremely slow growth. And that's the outcome they're trying to avoid. Also, they don't want to sort of upset the apple cart with respect to financial stability. We had a dose of that not quite a year ago with some of the bank failures.
Right.
I think one of the most important things is even though the trends on inflation are looking better, the absolute price levels are essentially, broadly speaking, still quite elevated. The consumer price index, the main gauge of inflation at the retail level, is still up about 20% compared to where it was in the pandemic. So the translation of that is that essentially you had the invisible hand of the economy take 1/5 of your buying power away. And whether we get some of that restored more substantially remains to be seen. We are seeing some disinflation with goods prices coming down, services remaining somewhat elevated more so.
Yeah, now when we look at these numbers, the two things that are a lot of times excluded from some of these reports would be food and energy. But these are the things, we have to buy food every day, every week, at the grocery store. So that's something that people see on a daily or weekly basis.
Well, we have different ways of looking at the data and parsing the data. For example, the price of eggs was so high and then it came down and now it's gone back up a little bit. And just that alone irritates people.
Right.
Same with gasoline, because that's literally going up in smoke after they put it in their car. And the price of food remains elevated as well. Price of food is up about 25% compared to where it was before the pandemic, as opposed to that 20% benchmark with the consumer price index.
And the hard thing of that, Mark, is that you can cut a lot of things out of your budget. You can't do that, right? I mean, you can buy cheaper products or cheaper things or cheaper groceries, but you got to eat. It's hard you can't cut that out of your budget.
We are creatures of habit, and also we don't always make rational decisions. That's the nature of being human. And we know from psychological research that not every decision we make is sort of one where we're sort of checking off boxes with respect to logic. A lot of what we do is emotional.
Right. And there's a lot of impulse buying at the grocery store. We all know that.
Exactly. Yeah, the grocery stores make money off of that. But the other part is that, we're also very much looking to sort of recover from the pandemic in the sense of doing the things that we couldn't do during the pandemic. And so one of the beneficiaries of that is dining out. And so the cost of dining out is higher than dining at home, and the inflation rate on food away from home is higher than the eating at home as well. So I'm not saying people shouldn't enjoy their lives. I'm just saying there's a cost associated with doing these things.
Yeah. And another thing, of course, that is getting a lot more attention. You mentioned some services are pricier these days as with inflation as we shift some of the things that are getting costlier. Insurance has really spiked. Let's start with car insurance. It's like 26% higher year over year. That's a lot.
Absolutely. And so it is very complex, but there are, I would say, about a half dozen different factors that have essentially come together to make car insurance costs go up. People are driving poorly compared to where they were before the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
Many more accidents.
We see people with their cell phones. I see them. You see them.
Yeah. Racing on the highway. And so, when that person has an accident, there's a cost to that. The claims are up. The cost to repair is up. The average price of a new automobile is close to $50,000. We have higher claims that are based on fraud. We have higher claims that are based on extreme weather events that are occurring at a more rapid rate, more severely all around the country. And we're having more theft. So, let's say my grandfather's car, maybe even the one that I started to drive as a kid so many years ago, the complexity of the parts on those cars were, nil.
Yeah.
And now, if you want to replace a rear view mirror, side rear mirror that is motorized and has a camera in it, good luck at doing that at under $1,000.
Yeah, it's not easy to tinker in the driveway anymore with your new car.
That's right.
When you're talking about insurance, though, aren't insurance companies also dealing, and they have lots of different things that they insure, they're dealing with higher costs for a lot of things, especially housing. Home insurance has gone up. Certain places that have been hit by natural disasters, hurricanes and such,
yeah.
I mean, they're paying for that, even though it may be hitting Florida or California or something. Everybody's going to have to pay for that, right?
To some degree, they do try to price risk, specific to the locality to a large degree, and they're also different business models. Some are not for profit, essentially, the mutual companies, and there are those that are for profit. Much the same as thinking about banks and credit unions, the latter being not for profit. The other part is that we've had a consistent rise in home prices around the country. That also has been to some degree a pandemic phenomenon. But also, just as you indicated, with more and more events that are causing damages to homes, there is a cost associated with that. And the other part is we should not overlook is that insurance broadly as an industry is regulated heavily by individual states. And one of the questions that comes up before those state regulators is the request for a cost increase, right? Because the insurance companies have to price for risk and they have to cover their costs. And if they're for profit, they want to make a little more than that. And the problem is that if the regulators don't give them what they think they need to operate, then they exit those markets, meaning they don't do business there anymore because they say, we can't make this work.
Yeah.
And so we're seeing that in some of these areas of the country like Florida, Louisiana, California, where the intensity and cost of these repeated events ends up being too much to bear. So the final part of that, Dave, is that the people who own these assets, in the sense of the housing, they look to governments to cover those costs and say, well, you're the last chance for me to insure this. Ultimately, even the taxpayers cannot bear those costs forever at a sort of infinite rate. And so this is going to be an increasing problem that we have to deal with.
When we mentioned the Fed earlier, we talked about the interest rate hikes. That has, of course, made everything more expensive for us to borrow, and when we use our credit cards, if we don't pay off the debt every single month. There, of course, have been reports about debt on the rise. Last quarter, $17.5 trillion in debt for consumers. That was a record high. And the average card balance is up 10% in the past year. Does that concern you?
Where it concerns me is not so much a systemic or structural issue as it is concern for the households that are carrying those interest costs, because the bank rate average on a credit card for essentially new offers for the best qualified individuals, those with the highest credit scores, continues to be at 20.75%. And that also means that there are many cards that are up closer to 30. And so for about half of the credit card carriers, they are allowing that interest to carry over beyond the current month, which means they are incurring that expense of the added interest. And so people really do have to try to be very diligent about having emergency savings while continuing to save for retirement, paying down or paying off debt. And that includes being very careful about the use of credit card debt, because that is essentially, in terms of the legal aspects of borrowing, that's the most expensive product that you can use. And like a hammer, you can use it to build a house or hit your thumb. You can use credit card as a tool wisely. And perhaps, we would urge people to pay that off, as soon as they can. If you like rewards, cash back, hotel, airline points, whatever it is, great. I'm a big user of those myself, but you just cannot incur the added expense because that gets very costly.
Yeah, delinquencies are on the rise. That oftentimes leads to bankruptcy, right?
Well, it's difficult to discharge all these debts in bankruptcy, but my point would be that what it ultimately does is it damages your ability to achieve your financial goals. And so, if you're not staying current on your bills, then your credit score goes down, becomes more difficult to do all kinds of things, including borrowing more money, and in some cases, bring it back around, that can inform even insurance companies as to how they're going to price your premiums because they see you as a higher risk. So this is the best argument I can ever make for prioritizing emergency savings at a time when we talk about the downside of high interest rates. The upside of high interest rates is the superior return on savings. It's easy to find a product out there, whether it's a high yield savings account, a CD, money market account, paying 4 or 5% plus. And so, pay yourself first and automate that savings account with direct deposit, and soon enough, you'll be insuring yourself against that next emergency expense.
Mark Hamrick, Senior Economic Analyst at Bankrate. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us again.
Always a pleasure, Dave. Thanks for having me.
Downtime. You're done on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untuck It. When I started the brand, I wanted to make the perfect fitting untucked shirt. And over the years, we changed the way guys think about how they dress. The secret was our obsession over fabric quality, listening to what our customers wanted and making everything fit perfectly. Our fit team has mastered pants, polos, sports coats, and more. So we've got you covered from head to toe. Try what millions of guys already know and love. Shop today at untuckit.com or our 80-plus stores worldwide.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
February is the perfect time to get your orders in for a sumptuous meal from Captain Chucky's. Right now, try the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Looking to hit a home run on your next car purchase? Swing by Infinity of Westchester, where they're knocking it out of the park with deals hotter than a spring fastball. Score financing as low as 0% on select models. Or lease a 2024 Infinity QX60 for as low as $599 per month. Whether you're rounding the bases or navigating the city streets, Infinity of Westchester has got your back. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do, and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500. Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. President Biden and former President Trump both planning to travel to the southern U.S. border today. The dueling visits in Texas to focus on the migrant crisis.
It will be President Biden's second visit to the border when he comes here, and it takes place after Biden faced scorching criticism from Republicans for not coming to the border when migrant encounters hit record high in December.
Fox Business's Lydia Hu. The Supreme Court will decide if former President Trump's immune from prosecution in his federal election interference case. Fox's Shannon Bream tells us the question the justices will decide.
Whether and if so, to what extent does a former president enjoy presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office?
And dozens of Palestinians are killed and wounded in an apparent Israeli strike as they waited for aid Thursday in Gaza. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
University of Iowa star Caitlin Clark is now just 18 points away from breaking the all-time Division I basketball scoring record with one more regular season game to play. Clark went for 33 in the 6th-ranked Hawkeyes win on Wednesday. On the men's side, Dalton Knecht scores 27 of his 39 points in the second half as number 4 Tennessee beats 11th-ranked Auburn. 18th-ranked South Carolina and 24th-ranked Florida also both survived scares. Pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who left Japan for a 12-year, $325 million contract with the LA Dodgers, struck out 3 and allowed just 1 hit in his Major League Baseball spring training debut. That is your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Your production team can make me look dumb, can make Hutton look dumb, can make Clay Travis look dumb. If there's not a level of synchronicity with graphics department along with production team, you have all of these facets of a team to make a broadcast go and to make it coherent. And if one of those elements is just a little bit off, you get a graphic like this that is hard to explain. But is it hard to explain? Corey Alexander could have actually done a better job immediately explaining the graphic. Corey Alexander's point was a good one, that we're getting to a point where I don't even care what the race is because we're just getting more and more of who is the best coach. But when the graphic reads ACC head coaches who happen to be black, if Corey Alexander comes on air and says, we worded the graphic this way because I see these men as basketball coaches at ACC institutions. I'm Shad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It's President's Day all month long at TurnersvilleJeep.com, your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. Come to TurnersvilleJeep.com, and qualified buyers can get incredible zero-down deals on a massive inventory of new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks. Philly buyers, visit toll-free Turnersville and we'll pay your tolls. Don't miss this incredible zero-down President's Day event all month long at TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Pure Talk believes in American values and that free should mean exactly that, free. Well, switch to Pure Talk today and you'll get a free Samsung 5G smartphone. No 4-line requirement, no activation fees, just a Samsung that's built to last with a rugged screen, quick charging battery, and top-tier data security. Now, qualifying plans start at just $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data, and, of course, mobile hotspot. Now, Pure Talk will connect you to the most dependable 5G network in America for half the price of Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. The average family saves close to $1,000 a year. So let Pure Talk's expert U.S. customer service team help you make the switch today. It's simple, it's fast, it's easy. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, claim your eligibility for your free brand new Samsung 5G smartphone, and start saving on wireless today. Again, from your phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, and switch to my cell phone company, Pure Talk.
Dom Giordano.
The pilot program at the Navy Yard will be the first automated shuttle to transport public passengers in Pennsylvania. We need a name for this boondoggle.
The Death John?
You want to fool around with this stuff? We'll see. There's a human there, but he's not driving. He's just sitting there.
Is there enough time to get off?
Yeah, that's right. Are you going to be given full knowledge? Well, this guy's here. Not that we think anything will go wrong. Well, then he shouldn't be there. Why do you need him?
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baseball is better with friends. Bring your team to see our team. Phillies group tickets are on sale now. Visit phillies.com/group tickets for more info and to snag your seats today. There's a little something for everyone when it comes to theme nights at Citizens Bank Park. Enjoy ticket discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit phillies.com/theme nights to view the 2024 schedule and purchase tickets today.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. It means that when you hire us, you get a legal army. When it comes to law, size matters. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, February 29th, the final day of February. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers, on a day in which the current president and the former president will both visit the southern border, albeit 325 miles apart. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Leap Day.
That's correct. Leap Day.
Once every, 4 years?
4
or
years.
something?
Yeah. Every 4.
Yeah.
Yep. It's just like, I think so. I would assume it's every presidential election cycle, right? 2020, 2024, 2028.
That's a good, I guess I never thought about it like that.
How are you, sir?
Hi, buddy.
How's everybody else out there in Radio Land doing?
Radio Land. That's something you don't hear every day.
Everybody happy? Everybody in a good mood? Everybody ready to go?
Yeah.
All right. Got some good stuff lined up today. A big take on Donald Trump, and I think what the strategy should be for the female voter. We'll get to that this morning. As I mentioned, Trump and Biden both will visit the border today. We got news yesterday on the Trump January 6th case front, courtesy of the Supreme Court of the United States. And Joe Biden, medical doctor, White House physician, we've got the report, what it included and what it did not include. And also, we have a lot of stuff today on all sorts of food companies and chains, ranging from an Wendy's update. We've got an update on Bud Light. Wait till you hear what the CEO of Kellogg's cereal had to say. And also Chick-fil-A and the New York Times. If you like food, stick around.
I'm starving.
I am too.
Gonna make us hungry.
Where's that slow cooker at, Stensland? Did we make
I know.
anything?
Well, it's Leap Day. There are all these free deals, You get like free donuts. Wawa has stuff because it's a Leap Day,
Oh, I could go for a donut
special.
right now.
Wouldn't that be good?
Oh, give me a glazed Krispy Kreme right now.
Or like one of those warm donuts down the shore.
Yeah.
Like on the boardwalk.
Yeah.
Fresh made.
Absolutely. All right, let's get to the news. I'm assuming a lot to discuss. 6:03,
Yes.
round one. The great Don Stensland.
And good morning. Yes, this Thursday, February 29th, 33 degrees. Technically, we're about 33 degrees cooler this morning as you head out the door from our near record day yesterday. So what a change in the weather. We'll talk about the full forecast when we're going to warm up again. But we do have an update on this suspect, 29-year-old Aleem Borden. We've been talking a lot about this guy. U.S. Marshals ramping up their efforts to capture him, offering a $25,000 reward for any information leading to his arrest. So this all started when he escaped from officers February 26th last weekend. They had taken him to a local hospital he had complained of a stomach problem after he was arrested on allegations that he stole yet another car. So this guy is described as, he's 29 years old, 5'6", 145 pounds, brown eyes, brown hair. They're giving us more information. First of all, it looks like they believe he got the handcuffs off finally. He has been seen all over surveillance video, and this went viral, with his hands handcuffed behind his back, which is how he's a pretty fast runner for having his handcuffs behind his back. In this case, now they feel that the handcuffs are actually off. They had released video of him as he was being escorted out of what looked like a row home into a vehicle. I know my former colleague at Fox 29, Steve Keeley, was putting out a lot of that video. And so now they believe he may have some help. They've recovered that car. Those individuals who aided and abetted may be facing charges. We're following that very carefully. He's now considered dangerous and possibly armed. So that's the latest on this.
Oh, great.
So they've altered this. But they said that he jumped. They had him cornered. He jumped from a building and down an embankment about 30-plus feet.
Yeah, what is he, Batman?
Spider-Man? He work as like a stunt double for somebody, this guy.
I mean, these guys at 5'6", 145, they are wiry, to say the least.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that he was able to get the handcuffs off either.
Well, because if you're very limber, that's what I was thinking. If you do the yoga, if you're limber, like I could easily do that. Like, you just put your legs through. So, but it took him a while to get the cuffs off me. Well, we can joke about it after he's caught, but at this point they are saying, huge reward that they are offering. All
I'll
right.
tell you what, with all the escapees we've had here, and you said it's, 6, maybe we ought to have Dwayne Chapman, the bounty hunter, Dog the bounty hunter, on standby in Philadelphia at all times.
Yeah, right.
He'd be making some good money right now.
Well, yeah, the U.S. Marshals, when they get involved, I think they're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they thought they had him yesterday, and everybody was pretty surprised he jumped that far.
Yeah.
Right? So let's move on and talk about, we've talked a lot about quality of life issues in the city of Philadelphia, those ATVs, those dirt bikes. And we've even seen school children struck as they're getting off the bus and taken out, serious injuries. Even one little girl was killed. Now the Philadelphia Police Department, there is word they are increasing efforts big time to get those ATVs, those dirt bikes off our roadways. They're illegal here. And so there's a new plan in the city, if you will, just to get these things swept off the streets. Officials announcing yesterday a special operations team was deployed this week to confiscate these vehicles. They're tracking them down, getting these ATVs and these dirt bikes off the roads. They say the drivers received code violations, and you're going to see a lot. This is a crackdown.
It should be. And they're incredibly reckless, and when they get together in large groups, they're obnoxious and annoying. I saw a group of them last weekend. I was driving up DeKalb Pike up through Upper Gwinnett Township to go up to one of the golf places I check out up in Montgomery County, and they shot out of an alleyway and came right across through like that one intersection by Bethlehem Pike where all the lights and the restaurants are. And there was only about 7 of them, but man, you can hear them coming from a mile away. They're just a pain in the butt.
Yeah, they are.
Get rid of them.
And they can cause accidents and injuries. So, yeah, this is a new task force. And so hopefully, to your point, and to your point exactly, it creates a quality of life issues for those people in the suburbs from Philadelphia into the burbs. So that's a great point. I know that we're going to talk a lot about, so I'll headline it as far as the Supreme Court yesterday saying, yes, SCOTUS will decide whether former President Donald J. Trump is entitled to that broad immunity from prosecution for acts illegally committed while in office. So, man, just teeing up this election year showdown that we never have a dull moment in this one. Sad news this morning to learn that 76-year-old beloved comedian Richard Lewis has died.
Yeah.
Aw.
You know what's interesting about Curb is that it's been going on technically for 24 years, but there's been big periods of time where the seasons were halted.
Larry David has the only deal apparently with HBO where at the end of the season he goes to the HBO executives. So you guys gonna do another season? And he goes, I don't know. I'll let you know in a couple months.
You know, when you come to me in a couple of weeks and you say, Nick, what are you thinking about the next couple of years? I'll get back to you in a couple. I'm not sure, Greg. I don't know if I want to continue doing the show.
It's funny to me because of Richard Lewis had such a, like he was really a stand-up. He didn't really do movies. I mean, he did a few movies, but he did Robin Hood Men in Tights.
Bruno was talking
Tony
about
Bruno
it
was just
yesterday.
talking about it yesterday, oddly. Nobody's mentioned that movie since it came out, but Tony Bruno mentioned it yesterday on the day that Richard Lewis died. But he was a great stand-up in the 70s and 80s, and then he became like a late night talk show guest. He was on Carson, he was on Letterman, like 55 times or something like that. Howard Stern used to have him on all the time. He was a great talk show guest, and then he kind of got this second life. He did that Anything But Love series in the late 80s and early 90s with Jamie Lee Curtis.
From what I recall of him when he did stand-up in the early portion of his career, probably 30, 40 years ago, kind of dark, kind of the humor that would make people cringe today, but also he was kind of self-deprecating in a way.
Yes, he loved talking about, his nickname was something like Mr. Payne or something like that. He just loved the dark side of humor. He, in the 90s, I remember he did an HBO special and he did a tour called the Magical Misery Tour, and it was just, he was a fabulous stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
I don't think he got the credit he deserved.
Let me ask you, we'll throw a hot take out for the whole audience right
Yeah.
here at 6:09 as we totally hijack Dawn's news here.
No.
I would say Curb, one of the top 5 HBO shows of all time, in no specific order. Sopranos, The Wire, Oz, Game of Thrones, and Curb.
Yeah, I don't
like
think
all those.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would disagree
Hard
with
to
that.
dispute that.
Yeah.
I liked Boardwalk Empire myself, but I would never put it in the top 5 because I know it was kind of a niche show for some people.
It's funny because he had, he didn't have a ton of success in movies and TV, and then in 1999, Larry David came to him and was basically like, "Hey, I'm going to do this basically reality show kind of about my life. You and I have been friends since the 70s.
Yep.
Would you like to be my best friend in it and just be you?" And he goes, "Absolutely."
Yeah, sign me up. Sounds like a good gig.
It's funny, too. I was reading last night before I went to bed. He did a final interview with Vanity Fair that came out February 18th.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting to read it now, knowing 10 days later
He was diagnosed with Parkinson's a few years ago.
Yeah.
Apparently he had a heart attack, which is what died. But he had a he struggled with alcoholism, with drugs. He had all kinds of. I think he kicked everything by the mid 90s. I think he was pretty much clean and sober by the mid 90s.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I know you mentioned Parkinson's. I know moving forward, President Joe Biden, his checkup does not have Parkinson's. And we'll talk about what the checkup did not include. Mitch McConnell yesterday, mid-morning, deciding that he's gonna finally resign.
I've got 2 takes on the Mitch McConnell resignation. We got to get into this later today as well.
And we have to get into, since I ignited a controversy this week because I told the truth and said certain shows did not age well. But what about Naked Gun? There's going to be a remake of Naked Gun.
Oh, is OJ going to be in it?
Liam Neeson.
Oh, God, no, just don't.
Right?
Just don't. Stop remaking things. Come up with original things.
I'm
Stop
telling you, man,
remaking
people,
things.
they're out of ideas.
They are.
There's nothing left that can be original in society. We've seen it all.
Leslie Nielsen cannot be, from his roles in Airplane to The Naked Gun, he cannot be replicated in that role. And certainly O.J. Simpson cannot.
That's good. And he might not be available.
Yeah, it might not be available. All right, well, the forecast is available. Right now we're at 32 degrees, partly cloudy, that weird Ozempic moon getting thinner and thinner as we move through the week. But as we move through the day, the sun will be out. That's the good news. So all the clouds are gone. Sunny day, but only 44 degrees for our high. Tomorrow for your Friday, I think you're going to love this one. It's going to be a bright, sunny Friday, 51 degrees. And then we continue that warm up over the weekend. Saturday, 54, but a chance of showers and clouds for your Saturday. So Saturday's the lesser weekend day. Sunday, definitely the better day if you're going to plan a little golf maybe. Sunday, 62 degrees and mostly sunny skies. Kayal and Company News Live.
By the way, one more thing. I know you're going to get your big take, but I'm wondering, because he's in this season of Curb, Richard Lewis, I wonder if the entire thing is shot. I'm guessing it's not.
It says what I read, that the final episode, the series finale, is April 7th.
Yeah, but have they shot the entire
Yeah, I
thing?
think they have.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 5-6 weeks away?
I think it's all in the can.
Because Michael Pelka's on our chat, and he's saying that in this season of Curb, which I haven't watched yet this season, they said that he's seated in most of the episodes, and he doesn't look well.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
They'll probably do a nice tribute to him.
They should, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right, 6:13. Let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Budget Blinds, the Big Take. Sound strategy of fighting for females. The majority of us realize that abortion, following SCOTUS's ruling on Roe v. Wade in June of 2022, has been an albatross to the GOP in elections since that ruling of making abortion a state issue. Single, career-oriented suburban females are an issue for Donald Trump. We've come to realize that. But I may have a solution that can win back a portion of that critical demo for the 2024 election. Simply put, go to bat for females. Fight for female rights in the wake of what has been happening to females in 2 different venues of life. What we have seen from Democrats and the mainstream media in the fallout of the awful tragedy to 22-year-old Georgia nursing student Laken Riley has been downright pathetic. It started locally with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution being guilty of media bias by omission, with headlines over last weekend that referred to Diego Ibarra, the killer of Laken Riley, allegedly, as, quote, an Athens resident. He's no resident. He is an illegal, period. And it has escalated since then, as the Associated Press has been roasted for a headline that highlights the dangers that, quote, female athletes face. And now it gets even more pathetic. The New York Post, of all outlets, with a headline that reads as follows, quote, migrant charged with murdering Laken Riley likely panicked when she fought back, according to a profiler. Are they really trying to rationalize the actions of a killer who, oh, by the way, disfigured her skull after the murder? The illegal immigrant with a long rap sheet, who is a direct result of Joe Biden's open border policy, panicked because a 22-year-old innocent female with her whole life ahead of her had the audacity to fight back and resist. What's the next headline going to be? Laken Riley had it coming, she deserved it? And what left-wing declining outlet or publication will write it? Per the profiler in the New York Post, the gruesome details of her injuries and new warrants suggest that the University of Georgia student likely fought back when she was grabbed during a run, and her killer likely panicked while trying to subdue her. In this case, the offender was met with resistance, which he wasn't expecting, and it got overpowering, and he couldn't control it, and he resorted to violence. That is John Lang Jr., a former Georgia Bureau of Investigation investigator who told WSB-TV. But, quote, he didn't know what he was in for, and I suspect she probably fought back, said Lang, a criminal profiler involved in this case. So I'm sure the criminal profiler means well in his professional assessment, but, quote, resorted to violence? This criminal was not trying to scoop her up and take her out for an ice cream cone. This illegal immigrant, in my opinion, had one of two intentions. He was planning to rape her or kill her, or perhaps even both, for that matter. And shame on the New York Post with the terrible headlines. But it actually gets worse. Here is the mayor of Athens, Georgia. His name is Kelly Gertz, 52-year-old Democrat, who says the murder of Laken Riley and illegal immigration are not connected in any way. Listen and watch this clip.
In the main, I caution against conflating immigration and crime. The data demonstrates that the two are not connected. Because the impact of federal immigration policy on localities has been under such consistent discussion in recent months, I do want to say a few words about this. It's my 18th year as a local government policymaker, and my work has overlapped with 4 U.S. presidencies and numerous iterations of Congress. All of them have failed to reach agreement on how to handle immigration.
If Laken Riley's mom walked up to that mayor at the podium and slapped him across the mouth, would anybody be offended? I wouldn't. Laken Riley has a significantly higher chance of being alive today if our border didn't erode the way it has under Joe Biden the last 3 years. That, to me, is purely an undisputed fact. But it didn't end there. Citizens will not have this. Athens, Georgia is taking a stand. Listen to more of this mayor get shouted down by residents calling him a liar. Listen and watch.
City doesn't track with either of those. And so that term means different things to different people depending on the context of the discussion.
We know what it means.
Many of the elements.
Liar.
Many of the elements.
Liar.
We're here to listen.
Liar. You're a liar.
We're here to listen.
Liar.
There'll be time for questions.
You are guilty and got blood on your hands for this murder, sir.
Many of the aspects that are ascribed to sanctuary cities
We know what sanctuary
are
city
things
means.
that are disallowed by Georgia law.
Sanctuary policy, which is what we do.
And we contribute a document every year to the Georgia Department of Audits indicating that we do not correspond to these definitions under state law.
Yes, you do.
And no policies have been adopted by the
Please
mayor and
stop lying.
commission
You're
that have
insulting
created
our
sanctuary
intelligence.
city status in
Sir,
Athens.
You need to resign.
One protocol that sometimes arises.
Resign now. You
One
allowed
protocol.
this to happen, sir.
One protocol that
You
sometimes
voted for
arises
this.
is the approach that sheriff's offices and
This is an inflection point on our border, our security and safety as Americans, and should be the moment where Trump and his camp steps up and takes the torch in not only protecting our southern border, but protecting females. I believe the Trump team should be in Athens, Georgia. They should hold a rally with a simple message that says, under my watch, if elected president of the United States again, we will greatly reduce the odds of something like this happening again to an innocent female in this country. Trump has already vowed to begin the largest deportation in the history of our nation if elected, but he needs to get elected first. And this is a golden political opportunity, as sad as it is, for him to cash in with a demo that doesn't necessarily love him. I would also advise him to connect with Riley Gaines, who has spearheaded the battle to protect biological females in women's sports. Laken Riley was an athlete. She loved to run. Nobody has a platform right now with a bigger reach to protect women's rights in competition than Riley Gaines. I'm not saying that Laken Riley and Riley Gaines can overcome the political harm to the GOP that SCOTUS caused with Roe v. Wade, but I am telling you this. In a razor-thin election that could be decided by less than 40,000 votes in 2024, hammering home this message could very well be the difference in a single swing state, such as Georgia, where this occurred, Pennsylvania, or Michigan. It is going to be super close. And this strategy, in my opinion, would be a no-brainer. And I think it would be effective. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons today. The Big Take brought to you by Budget Blinds. BudgetBlinds.com, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultations. And the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Ask about their exclusive inspired collection at BudgetBlinds.com. We'll come back. We'll delve into what happened in Athens yesterday and also the big day for Donald Trump and Joe Biden as they visit the border. And Trump yesterday with January 6th, and Joe at the doctor's office. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You know, yesterday gave us such a taste of spring with that record warm weather. And I'm thinking about the green lawn, playing the Frisbee with the dog and the kids. And that brings me to your lawn service and your lawn. Doesn't it just make sense to hire a company that provides better results, but it's safer for your company and your pets at the same time, safer for your family? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn's environmentally friendly approach to lawn care, they've been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, with fewer weeds since 1987. And unlike those one-size-fits-all companies, that's not what this is. Their technicians are going to work with you to determine the specific needs of your lawn. Natural Lawn's exclusive organic-based products are designed to work with nature, not against it, which means they're safer for every single member of your family, yeah, even your furriest ones. So kick the chemical lawn habit. Get started today with Natural Lawn's safer products and programs. Take advantage of their limited time offer, free seeding every year. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Just get a free seeding every single year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREESEED, free seed. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. We are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. So call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Thursday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us on YouTube, 855-839-1210. Big day for Trump, big day for Biden, both yesterday and today. We will get to that. We will get to Mitch McConnell. We will get to so much more as we continue. But I really wanted to highlight what was going on yesterday in Georgia as I saw that press conference with that mayor in Athens. And, oh, by the way, for what it's worth, if you've been wondering about sanctuary cities and sanctuary counties, Georgia only has 3 sanctuary counties. Clark County, which is in Athens, which is where this happened, Clayton County, and DeKalb County. In the state of Tennessee that I lived for 4.5 years, there's only 1 sanctuary county. It's Shelby County in Tennessee. For those, obviously, in this audience, which matters the most, there's 14 sanctuary counties in the state of Pennsylvania. Allegheny, Bucks, Chester, Clarion, Dauphin, Delaware, Franklin, Lehigh, Lycoming, Montgomery, Montour, Northampton, Philadelphia, and Westmoreland. So, honestly, it's kind of amazing that we haven't had one of these awful, awful tragedies that has gone national like Georgia did and is dealing with now. But this is not just an isolated incident. I've got 3 other stories here. In Maryland, a 25-year-old from El Salvador, a migrant, was arrested for shooting and killing a 2-year-old child. In Louisiana, a Honduran migrant was charged with raping a 14-year-old girl. And in Virginia, which I mentioned a few days ago, a Venezuelan migrant was charged with sexual assault also of a 14-year-old girl. I got to tell you, Dawn, I'm not blaming the Athens mayor, but you got to come up to that podium with a better presentation than you did yesterday. That came off completely tone deaf. And those people that were there for that press conference, I mean, they were getting close to the point where they looked like they wanted to riot. Mm-hmm. And I don't blame them.
Well, let's remind you in Chester County, we talked about this at the time. In Chester County, Danilo Cavalcante was convicted of murdering a woman, stabbing her to death in front of her kids. I think in part he had a relationship at some point with that woman.
Yep.
So it was reported on differently because it was viewed as a domestic, which shouldn't, we shouldn't do that, but that's what happens. But I will say to you that at the time there were people in the community saying, hey, she had a protection order against him. And if they had only just deported him back to his home country in South America, where he's also wanted for murder, she'd be alive today raising her kids.
Yeah. I was thinking about some of the swing states, especially with Georgia being one of the most prominent ones. Think about it right now. Joe Biden and this administration, because of the border, could absolutely lose some of these swing states. I mean, we'll start with Georgia. Obviously, the Lake and Riley murder. Joe won Georgia by only 11,000 votes. Trump could easily flip Georgia back to red. Arizona is technically a border state. Joe has an issue there. He only won 2020 by 10,000 votes. Trump could win Arizona, and we talked about it yesterday that Trump's in a pretty good spot in Michigan, in part because the Muslim community is down on Joe. It's the biggest Muslim state in the country, especially with Dearborn, Michigan. And also it's got a pretty large Jewish population, and they're not happy with Joe right now. So 2 of those 3 that I just mentioned are directly related or indirectly with the border. And obviously they're going to go visit the border today. Trump will be in Eagle Pass. He'll have McDonald's. Joe will go to Brownsville. He'll get a snow cone, and we'll assess everything. Trump's going to a spot. And think about this, too. Trump is going to a spot that has a very high volume of illegal crossings. Joe's going to the PG version of the border crisis.
7 border
crossings.
7. Yeah.
7.
Or 7 apprehensions,
right.
Whatever, yeah.
And the chief of the Border Patrol Union is basically on Trump's side and will be going with Trump, not the current president of the United States. And now, of course, the administration is coming out, Karine Jean-Pierre, telling these sanctuary cities to, cooperate with ICE. They know it's a 5-alarm fire right now with the border, and they're getting hit in every different direction. And this is what happens when you negate this for 3 years to bring in more people, to get more voters, and now they're going to take action and they're going to act like they care. Although I would say I don't think there's a single human being out there that's buying it if they've been paying attention to it. So,
what makes you sick is the violence and the crime rate and the murder rate in Venezuela, and they've had so much. And I think we had mentioned this last week or maybe yesterday morning, but I mean, looking at those numbers, with the murder rate dropping drastically in Venezuela.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because they're coming here.
It's like, yeah, we cleaned up our crime problem. We shipped them all to the United States.
Oh my gosh!
Are you
it's a simple
effing
math.
kidding me?
It's a simple math problem.
Oh
the
my
less there
God.
are of people, the less the things can go wrong.
I got to say this. The border issue, the immigration issue is such a winning issue for the GOP.
Mm-hmm.
If the election were held today on February 29th, 2024, Donald Trump would win because of the we don't know what's going to happen 8 months from now, 7 months from now. It's a lifetime in politics. We don't know what we don't know. But right now, this is such a major winning issue for the GOP. As long as they can keep this momentum going, and I hate to say it like that because again, we're talking about people's lives. Like
Right.
This woman lost her life because for no reason whatsoever. So, like, I don't want to play politics with people's lives because I despise people that do that. But if you're looking at it from a political strategy, it's a number one. It really is.
No, you're right. I mean, imagine if the Carvilles of the world and who's the other strategist we always quote on this show? From James Carville, and there's another one that we always talk about, David Axelrod.
Yeah.
Imagine if they were Republican strategists. I mean, they would probably echo the same thing that you just echoed right now if they were on that side of the ledger, despite it being a tough thing to swallow because it is people losing their lives and being snuffed out.
And by the way, RFK Jr. was on with Martha McCallum last night. Hat tip to Mike Opelka. He sent me all the audio. He's actually a fabulous producer.
Yes, he is. Good golfer as well.
And RFK Jr. is taking the exact same, literally the exact same stance that Donald Trump is.
Yeah.
So you can tell it's a winning issue.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right.
And all of a sudden, in election year, the Biden administration cares what's happening at the border.
Oh, you know what? After further review, I am expediting the election. The election will be held next Tuesday. I'm not waiting till November. If we can rush court cases, we can rush elections.
Mayor
Let's do it now.
Kayal would like that to happen.
That is correct. It's my first executive order. All right, so let's get to Trump and Biden from yesterday. We talked about the border, obviously, today, and we will have some reaction to that tomorrow on Friday's show. But a good win, I think, temporarily for Trump and maybe even long-term as the Supreme Court throws a huge wrench into the Trump trial schedule. SCOTUS, which, as we know, has 3 Trump-appointed justices, agreed yesterday to weigh in on whether former President Donald Trump can claim presidential immunity to get out of his federal election interference trial. The court announced in a brief order that it would hear oral arguments and issue a ruling on Trump's presidential immunity claim. But until the Supreme Court does so, the January 6th trial is completely on hold, according to the order. The High Court agreed to expedite the case and hear arguments coming up the week of April 22nd. So that's just about 7 weeks from now, which is more than a month after the Super Tuesday primaries. If the Supreme Court quickly decides to reject Trump's bold immunity claim, it may permit a final trial on the election later this summer, but there's no guarantee that a final decision will actually come before November. And former appeals court judge Michael Luttig predicted that it's now probably, quote, unimaginable that Trump will be tried in special counsel Jack Smith's federal election trial before the 2024 election. Trump views the Supreme Court order on Wednesday as a win for now, according to one source telling CNN. So if you think about this, I can't envision a scenario where this is going to be they're going to start it, they're going to conduct it, and they're going to have a verdict before Labor Day. I just no way I see that happening. Could they do this case in the fall? I guess conceivably they could, but I can't imagine sitting down in late September or earlier mid-October. We're 4 to 6 weeks out from the election, and he's going to go from Supreme Court case to possibly a debate. Does anybody see that fitting schedule-wise? Now, maybe these guys aren't going to debate. You know, Trump wants to debate. Joe probably can't do the debate physically and mentally, but I just can't see this thing. I think Trump's whole strategy for a lot of these cases has been delay, delay, delay. And I think yesterday in the Tanya Chutkan case that now SCOTUS will rule on, I don't see this getting done. And you throw in the Fani Willis stuff in Georgia for the 2020 case. You throw in Alvin Bragg's case, which is set to start in, 3 weeks? And that's probably the flimsiest of all the cases. It's also probably the least interesting because it was a misdemeanor that got elevated to a felony. If you're Trump right now, I think your delay efforts have got to have you relatively comfortable as you wait to see what will happen 7 weeks from now. I thought yesterday was a good day for Trump as far as SCOTUS coming out with that.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So that week of April 22nd, Easter's over, but that's the week of Passover.
It's also the Pennsylvania
and
primary.
primaries that Tuesday.
Yeah.
So there we go. And then, whether they begin to get the case, I don't know. They're saying maybe they could get a decision by the end of June, but that would be quite speedy.
Yeah.
That would be unusually speedy.
Julie Kelly says the earliest that the trial could begin in Washington with this time frame would be late October. They're not going to start a trial 3 weeks before Trump goes to election day.
Never know.
I also think that there is precedent for this because I believe Watergate case. I believe they expedited that, but I don't see this happening before the election.
And this trial is going to go at least 4 to 6 weeks minimum.
And it's so funny to me that they had him in their minds dead to rights, and then this gets delayed. The Fonnie Willis thing is falling apart because she can't keep it in her pants. and it's just like they're all going by the wayside, and it's really unbelievable.
But say what you want about Jack Smith and Merrick Garland, and we've certainly said plenty. They're not stupid people. So they knew that Trump would try to appeal, delay. They had to sit down as they were strategizing, okay, we're going to go after Trump. This is what we're going to do. And they sit there and say, okay, well, if we are in Trump's camp and we're Trump's legal team, what's the Trump camp going to do? They're going to keep appealing and try to prolong this as long as possible. So maybe, just maybe, they don't really care one way or the other if they convict him. Maybe they're just so politically motivated that they were hoping that just the mere presence of indictments and court cases would smear him and make him further unelectable in their minds. Yet we have seen the polls. Every time they go after him, Trump gets stronger in the polls. So that, to me, is where the calculation misfire is. They thought that this would bring him down in the eyes of the public. I think it's either been a non-factor or has only empowered him and made him stronger.
Oh, it's only empowered him.
It's made him like a martyr.
Absolutely.
He's the first ever martyr to still be alive.
Every time he gets indicted, his poll numbers go up.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is having the opposite effect that they thought it was going to have.
Yep. 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in. And then on the Joe Biden front yesterday, the White House comes out and they issue the official physician to the president physical health summary report, which, oh, by the way, did not include a cognitive test of Joe Biden, as the doctor comes out and says, Joe is, quote, a healthy and robust 81-year-old. He can successfully execute the duties of the presidency. President Biden is a healthy, active 81-year-old male who remains fit to successfully execute his duties and to include those as chief executive, head of state, and commander-in-chief. His baseline did not change, according to this physician.
Didn't we say that it would behoove him to, if he wants to quell doubt or silence doubt in people's minds about his cognitive abilities, that go take a cognitive test, even if you don't need one.
You got nothing to hide, take it.
And by the way, have 2 or 3 different physicians on there to all implement them on you, so you can say, hey. It's not just because you can get a look. I'm not besmirching doctors, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but like you can find a doctor that'll say anything you want to.
Yeah,
honestly,
that's why they have second, third, and fifth opinions.
I don't know about that.
Well, this doctor said that Biden's gait remains stiff.
I mean, you hear all of these. You hear about all of these people that have fame and power, and they can basically go doctor shopping, get prescriptions that they need if they have a problem. So yeah, there are doctors on the take. I'm not saying this guy is.
Yeah.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying this guy is. But you can find a doctor to say anything you want to if you have enough fame and power, I think.
You just look at this, though. I mean, here's the White House. You don't trust this administration. They don't go ahead with the cognitive test. So, again, if you have nothing to hide, what are you scared of, right? Like, It's like, hey, I'm not lying. Okay, we'll take a lie detector test. Oh, I don't take marijuana. All right, well, drop your shorts and pee in a cup and let's find out. It's a pretty simple concept here. But I think we all use the eye test, and we see Joe on a somewhat of a daily basis. And maybe he technically doesn't have, from a diagnosis clinical standpoint, dementia, but to sit there and say he is absolutely physically fit to do the job, if that's the case, then my opinion on the rigors and strain of the presidency as a job just hit an all-time low.
They did confirm he's been treated for sleep apnea.
Yeah.
Which, remember that he had the marks on his face.
Yeah, the CPAP machine.
We had talked about that,
Yeah.
so...
Yeah.
There are new, better CPAP machines, by the way.
I can't
Try
imagine
one of
that.
the newer ones.
Could you imagine having to wear that thing to bed?
By the way, guys, I know everybody knows this, but he's going to be, if he wins a second term, he's going to be 86 at the end of it. People can live into their 90s and be healthy and happy and great. But running the country, I would guarantee you any 86-year-old right now or 85-year-old who's listening would say, hey, you know what? I still have all my faculties. Don't know if I can run the country.
Probably a bit too much.
A little bit too much.
Yeah, I would agree.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to watch Matlock, have my dinner at 4:30.
That's right.
Listen to Kayal and Company.
I might watch Matlock later today.
Yeah, little me TV.
I love me TV.
Have lunch, listen to Don Stensland. You know what I mean? Like it's a good life.
Exactly right.
All with it, up on current events, can recite whatever.
Yep.
But when it comes to running the country, maybe we give it to somebody maybe 10 years younger.
We have to talk about this further because I got some thoughts on that with Mitch McConnell's retirement, who retired yesterday at the age of 82. He will be officially done this fall in November. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. I've got the solution for Bud Light, and we'll get to that when we continue. But first, I've got the solution for you if you're in the market for an SUV. It's the Piazza Auto Group, and we are specifically talking about Piazza Honda. Recently, I checked out their 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. What an awesome SUV. The perfect blend of full size, power, efficiency, and also luxury. The Trail Sport, which has so many remarkable features like the Cabin Talk PA system, heated leather-wrapped steering wheel, a 245-watt audio system with 9 speakers, third-row seating. It's got everything that you need for your ever-expanding family. And now through the end of February, which, by the way, is today, you can get a new Pilot at 3.9% financing for 48 months at any of their 5 Piazza Honda locations. Check them out online right now. Find the dealership nearest you, piazzahonda.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Cheryl, and I'm living with sarcoidosis ILD, a type of interstitial lung disease. ILD is hard to diagnose, but if you have it, you need to know now. The sooner you know, the sooner you and your family can face ILD together, because you cannot walk this walk alone. If you're out of breath and have a constant dry cough, it might be asthma or COPD, but it could be ILD. Ask a pulmonologist and keep asking until you know. Learn more now at lungsandyou.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
David Walker, the United States Comptroller General and the Chief Accountability Officer over the federal government, warns that our nation's spending addiction will trigger a day of reckoning for the global economy and your portfolio.
You can't continue to spend more money than you make, charged to the credit card, without someday having a day of reckoning.
The Federal Reserve official who implemented the stimulus program, quantitative easing, Professor Andrew Huszar, exposes why federal stimulus has created problems that will not end well for your retirement future.
We're just kicking the can down the road. It's just not smart government.
In the face of a global debt crisis, our federal government continues to recklessly add financial burden on American taxpayers. Hear these groundbreaking exclusive interviews and learn why you need to protect your nest egg from being politicized by the federal government's reckless spending agenda. Tune in to the one and only Crash Proof Retirement Radio Show this Saturday at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Audubon, tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 650. Welcome back in. Thursday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course you can watch the show on YouTube. 855-839-1210 to climb in. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. We're going to get to Mitch McConnell in the second hour. We also have all sorts of updates. We have Wendy's to get to. We also have this amazing story from Chick-fil-A with the New York Times. We'll get to that. But the first company I do want to address as we wrap up the hour here is Bud Light. Wall Street Journal yesterday came out with the latest data following the football season and also following the Super Bowl. If you recall, Bud Light threw a bunch of money at Peyton Manning and a bunch of guys throughout the football season, and also spent a lot of money, I believe well over $30 million on Super Bowl commercials just about a month ago. And it hasn't worked. They are still down 30% year over year for the week ending February 17th. So these numbers just about 12 days old. And we are now coming up, believe it or not, this is how quickly life flies by. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that debacle where Bud Light rolled out Dylan Mulvaney for March Madness. Think about that. And we've seen so many updates and so many stories and people that have shared their opinion. But I'm at the point now where 1 year later, if you're not back to where you were before, you might never come back. So I've got the solution, and I want to throw this out to the audience. I think, and Dawn, this is a trigger point for me because you mentioned something months ago how Bud Light could reclaim their market share by doing grassroots local advertising. I remember you saying that specifically. So here's what I am going to speak on behalf of this program right now. And I hope there's an Anheuser-Busch or whoever, InBev, whoever actually owns Bud Light nowadays. Here's what I am saying. Ask yourself this if you are Bud Light. Would your customers, your base, would they rather have a beer with Dylan Mulvaney or Nick Kayal? The answer is Nick Kayal. Okay. Would Bud Light consumers rather have a beer with Dylan Mulvaney or Greg Stocker? The answer is Greg Stocker. Would they rather have a cold one with Dylan Mulvaney or Dawn Stensland?
Ah, yes.
Dawn Stensland, hands down. So Bud Light, and also, by the way, according to the Wall Street Journal, Budweiser is also taking a bit of a hit here. So it's not just specifically the Bud Light brand. This show will lift Bud Light back up into the sales projections that they need to hit. So I am telling all of the executives out there with Odyssey sales and Bud Light, let's get a Bud Light situation here. I want a deal. I want a gathering, a party, a Kayal Company, Bud Light, and I guarantee you that I can get their market share, and this will be a trend. We will be the launch point. Talk radio stations around the country will see what Kayal Company did, and they will get on the bandwagon. I believe we can save Bud Light. I believe talk radio can, because this is the audience that they offended. This is the audience that they triggered. And with the boycott that happened, most common sense adults that probably consumed Bud were probably skewing conservative, probably skewing Republican, and probably listen to talk radio. I will take one for the team.
Would you?
I will save Bud Light. Yes, I will. Yes,
I like it. Are you with me? Who's with me?
Let's
go.
Follow us to freedom. There you go. All right. So Bud Light, hopefully you can figure it out here as you approach your 1-year anniversary of putting out a dude who pretends to be a female drinking beer.
Oh, boy.
855-839-1210, the phone number.
Don't mess with a man's beer.
My old man was a Bud Light guy. He loved a good Bud Light and a good Budweiser.
Jimmy has a decent idea on the YouTube chat. He says repackage and remarket it as Bud Zero. No, seriously, take Bud Light out of it and make it something else.
Could do that, yeah. Maybe just a simple color, the color of the can. Change up the packaging. Do something.
I think they get Tone Luke.
Oh.
Sheena was a man. Like, just make a play.
I love that song. Tone Loc. By the way, Tone Loc was in. He was in Ace Ventura.
Oh, here we go. Again with the just terrible references.
And with a banger, right? So you're going to wrap up strong.
Yeah, you do.
All right, 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then who will replace Mitch McConnell? I've got 3 names, but also I think we need to revisit this whole age limit concept when we talk about our elected officials. We'll get to that as we kick off hour 2 next here on Kayal & Company.
Wrap your family in a comfort food hug with Hatfield's variety of marinated tenderloins, pork loin fillets, bacon, ham, ground pork, and sausage. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, it's food you'll feel good about serving. Bring warmth and flavor to your table all winter with Hatfield. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you. Find your flavor with Hatfield.
If this cold winter we've endured hasn't yet convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe the great people at Guida Door and Window can help by giving you one more month to do so at their best prices of the year. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's your last chance to do so by receiving 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can pay now and buy later with Guida's interest-free financing or low monthly payment plans. This offer will expire at the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GUIDA.com.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com.
Hurry up!
Go away, I'm enjoying my hot shower.
Yeah, we'd all like to. Hot water hug.
That's it, family meeting. We can all enjoy long, steaming, hot showers, even the last in line, which it seems is always me. But go ahead, have that imaginary argument of what you should have said. Take your time. With our new high-efficiency Navien tankless water heater, I'll never take a cold shower again. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
You've heard it said, he's a diamond in the rough. Or maybe, diamonds are forever. Here's something else I've learned about diamonds. They're just pieces of coal put under pressure for a long, long, long time. So when I start feeling like I want to give up, I think about that little piece of coal. And if that piece of coal can make something of itself by not giving up, so can I. Persistence is in you. From PassItOn.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. We all want to trust the people that service our cars. That's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. From a fast oil change to needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices by shopping the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule your appointment today at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in. It is hour number 2 of Kayal and Company here on a Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. What's on the cut sheet coming up? 7:45. End of an era for Mitch McConnell. Very, very busy time of the year. Busy days, busy weeks. Both President Biden and President Trump heading to the southern border today. Although I think from what I have seen timeline-wise, Trump was the first to announce that he was going to the southern border. Joe Biden and this administration announcing it somewhat quickly after Donald Trump. By the way, this will only be the second ever border visit for Joe Biden in his 3+ years in the White House. 855-839-1210.
What better time to do it than an election year?
Yeah, you might as well, right? You go to East Palestine, you go to the border. Just go everywhere that you've neglected.
It's so transparent. It is so transparent.
It's unreal. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning on this last day of February. Happy Leap Day, February 29th. We are at 30 degrees. We've actually dipped down a little bit with the wind and the cold front moving through, not a cloud in the sky. So I'll tell you about the drastic changes in the forecast. But if you're just getting up, you will notice when you step outside about 35 degrees colder than it was yesterday afternoon. So you want to bundle up. We are sponsored this morning by Wawa in the news, and we have a lot going on. So first and foremost, we do have a word of a reward and the search continuing with now the U.S. Marshals as well as Philadelphia police ramping up this search and efforts to capture an escaped accused criminal in Philadelphia. Here we go again with a search for an escapee. This is Aleem Borden, 29 years old, quite a rap sheet. And they've put out the tips number, 866-865-TIPS. Authorities say that he got the handcuffs off. He had been arrested last week for allegedly stealing a vehicle, not the first time he's accused of such a crime. They've now upped the situation, saying that he is considered armed and dangerous. So that's the latest from U.S. Marshals and Philadelphia police with a cash reward as well. Looks like a $25,000 cash reward, U.S. Marshals and police offering that one. In one spot, it said $2,500 cash reward. NBC reporting $25,000 cash reward.
Yeah, throwing an extra zero, it's a big difference, right?
I'm just going to report both because if you help catch him, you know, he is a quick little guy, but I just want to put that out there. But the U.S. Marshals Office put in their tweet, it says $2,500.
Do you have to pay taxes on these rewards if you win the reward?
Oh, that's a great question.
I've always wondered that. I would hope not, but I'm assuming you do.
Probably. It tax everything. That's a great question.
Yeah.
Inquiring minds want to know.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy, an escapee, and the latest was he's all over the city. They have him on surveillance video, and that has gone viral. But he was running with his handcuffs. He was cuffed behind his back. Then he obviously got the cuffs off. There are some suspects being questioned who allegedly aided and abetted him. And the story was overnight that they had him cornered, but he jumped down and dropped down about 30-plus feet of an embankment.
Yeah, he's flying off of rooftops. He's like a villain in Gotham City on the loose.
That's what he thinks. Well, Philadelphia Police Department increasing efforts to get ATVs and dirt bikes off the streets. That's a big headline this morning as well, and a popular one at that. They've been a real nuisance and caused a lot of accidents and injuries as well. So this is a new task force that has officially taken effect. Also want to point out that there's news that Philadelphia City Council member at large, Nicholas O'Rourke, is now tapped to deliver the Working Family Party's response to President Joe Biden's State of the Union address next week. So O'Rourke says he wants to convey the values and concerns of and the needs of the working class people in Philadelphia and all across the country. And that includes concerns, he says, about immigration, access to health care, and housing. So the Working Families Party has helped to, except for pretty much one position, snuff out the Republican Party. They're far left progressive. Remember, long time, some of the long time Democrat, power brokers in Philadelphia behind the scenes working against the Working Families Party, saying that this is not good for Philadelphia. They're not part of the traditional Democrat Party. So this is who's delivering that alter view.
I remember chatting with Sam Oropeza about what he was facing from this party and the pushback. So, yeah, you're all over it for sure.
Yeah. So we have that going on. There's a lot of news swirling around Josh Shapiro as he is now setting up a task force to ensure election integrity in Pennsylvania for next November. So we're looking into that, just checking out what that means, what exactly that means, but tapping into a task force, creating that for election integrity.
Yeah, and if you can't join the task force, as we gave you that email yesterday from a listener at local precincts, you could be a deputy constable on Election Day for the primaries and in the general.
We've talked a lot of this morning about, Senator Mitch McConnell, Kentucky GOP Senate leader. Many people were surprised with his emotional speech and saying that he read the writing on the wall as far as this is Trump, this is Trump's party now. And so just turned 82 years young and says it's time to go.
And he didn't freeze up for 20 seconds yesterday either, which is very good. Good work out of Mitch. As we know, his health had been in question a little bit the last couple of years. And I think the takeover is now complete, if you think about it. This is the party of Trump in a matter of a year. McCarthy, McDaniel, McConnell. Bing, bang, boom. Gone. Out. Done.
And speaking of Trump, I'll just headline these. We've talked about the Supreme Court agreeing to review whether or not former President Donald J. Trump is immune from prosecution in federal election alleged interference cases. That one, it will go to the court the week of Passover and the Pennsylvania primary, the week of April 22nd. And also that real-life soap opera is unfolding in Georgia, where we're learning new details about the love life of the prosecutor who loves to hate on Trump. This is a second round of testimony from a star witness. A lot of contradictions swirling around the timeline of Fani Willis and her front zipper dress and Nathan Wade's relationship.
And Nathan's divorce lawyer, Terrence Bradley.
Yes.
Of all three of them, the only one that really had anything to say that was trying to fire off their defense in a fast fashion was Fani, right? Like Nathan Wade last week, he's just staring up into the heavens looking for the answers. Terrence Bradley had nothing to offer. These guys have all been exposed.
You can't make this stuff up.
No, it's unbelievable. This has got to be like a Netflix 10-part series.
And you know what? You wouldn't even have to hire the actors. To your point, you could just show all the players,
Yep.
right? So we've got that going on. We talked earlier this morning. If you missed it, sad news. Richard Lewis, one of America's most beloved, revered stand-up comics, who, of course, is playing a fictionalized version of himself on HBO's Curb Your Enthusiasm, has died last night at his home in Los Angeles after suffering a heart attack. He was 76, and he had announced back last April that he had been living with Parkinson's disease.
Yeah, it's very sad. I'm getting a lot of feedback from the top 5 HBO shows of all time that I put out on Twitter. A lot of people, and I don't watch this show, but I'm almost certain, Stalker, this is your show.
What?
Succession.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. Succession is
that one? Would you say is that in your top 5?
Well, I'm going to give a controversial take at 7:10 in the morning. I think The Wire is really overrated, and I think it's a terrible show.
Terrible or overrated?
No, it's a terrible show. I couldn't make it through 2 episodes of The Wire.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, I go Sopranos 1, The Wire 2.
Sopranos started everything.
Yeah.
So Sopranos has to be number 1. But yeah, no, I can't do The Wire.
And promote your Twitter feed right now?
At Greg Stocker if you want to hate me. Or just hate me on the YouTube chat, which is what most people do.
So Greg will not get pizza and watch The Wire.
Game of Thrones is one of my favorites.
Again,
I loved Rome.
Not my genre of show, but I respect it.
10 minutes in, there's a flying dragon, and I'm just like, I can't do flying dragons.
I think Boardwalk Empire, vastly underrated.
Yeah.
Steve Buscemi playing Nucky Thompson.
It is. It's
like if you would have told me
slow.
It was slow. And it was 5 years, but it was a slow build. But if you would have told me that Steve Buscemi, after seeing him in all those Adam Sandler movies, would play a mobster, I'd be like, no way.
Let the hate begin.
I know.
Yes.
Boardwalk Empire, and because it's Atlantic City, we know We know AC.
Yeah.
It's sort of like blue cheese salad dressing when you're a kid. You don't like it at first, and now you love it.
Yes, that's right. The maturation process is ranch to blue cheese, not the other way around. Adults with ranch, red flag.
So we talked earlier about the reboot of the Naked Gun franchise.
Horrendous.
Liam Neeson is going to do it. They're moving forward at Paramount.
Everybody on the YouTube chat is saying that I'm dead to them.
Wait. Liam Neeson?
Liam Neeson.
Yes, is going to play Leslie Nielsen.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it wasn't like we mixed the names up.
No, Liam Neeson.
Liam Neeson playing Leslie Nielsen's old role.
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
And the release date is July of 2025.
And Nick will be dead by then.
Funny, yeah. I'll either be dead by then or they'll cancel it before then. One of two is a lock.
And by the way, there are some other remakes I'll tell you about. Paw Patrol 3.
Oh, great. My son loves
Paw Patrol. That's just for you. My kids loved Paw Patrol.
Oh, God, everything's Paw Patrol.
Yeah, I avoided that show. There was plenty of shows I didn't avoid, but that one was not in the rotation, thankfully.
I love Paw Patrol. And then what's the other one? Oh, isn't there a Mutant Ninja Turtle remake as well?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Teen Mutant. Yeah, thank you.
Wow.
Might have to watch that.
Did you love
as a kid? Absolutely.
Who was your favorite? Leonardo?
No, Raphael. I was the red guy with the not the nunchucks, the little knives.
I liked Michelangelo because he was the surfer dude.
Yeah. And he ate pizza a lot.
Yeah, gotta love Michelangelo.
But Michelangelo does not believe pizza's fast food, so
Well, speaking of food, we are sponsored by Wawa this morning. Wawa's new Snack and Go wraps make anytime snack time. Wawa does have pizza, but remember, it's after 4 p.m., okay? But in this case, the new Snack and Go wraps make anytime snack time. Try a built-to-order snack and go wrap today. Snack and Go wraps today. Flavors like buffalo or honey hot chicken. Only $2.49. You got to have a Wawa. Forecast today, sunny skies. We only reach 44 degrees. Tomorrow, we move into the 50s with sunshine. Saturday, we continue that warm up. However, the rain moves in for your Sunday. Definitely the better weekend day for outdoors. 62 degrees and sunny for your Saturday. Killing Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. We will get to Mitch McConnell in the next segment because I've got a lot of thoughts on who I would like to see replace him. And also, I've kind of changed my tune on the age limit. We've been talking about should there be an age limit to run for president or be the Speaker of the House or in politics in general. We'll get to all of that, and we'll have a good 10 minutes on that. But I just want to update people real quick. We talked about that Wendy's story yesterday with the Uber-style price surge. Apparently, Wendy's has faced a lot of pushback and a lot of blowback. So now they're scrambling to, quote, clarify their plans for, quote, dynamic pricing. And it claims that it won't raise menu prices during peak hours. The Burger Giant CEO, Kirk Tanner, had to come out and talk about this dynamic pricing and the new boards that they were rolling out, that they were going to say all this digital stuff that they were promoting should further increase supporting sales and profit growth across the system. So this guy, Kirk Tanner, as well as Wendy's spokesperson, Heidi Shower, not to be confused with our buddy Heinerschneid from Bud Light, to clarify, Wendy's will not be implementing surge pricing, which is the practice of raising prices when demand is highest. We didn't use that phrase, nor do we plan to implement that practice. Shower added that there are, quote, no plans to do that and would not raise prices when our customers are visiting us most. That is after the chain earlier this week said in a statement that, quote, dynamic pricing can allow Wendy's to be competitive and flexible with pricing, motivate customers to visit, and provide them with the food they love at a great value. Asked point blank on Monday about this, they said, quote, we will test a number of features that we think will provide an enhanced customer and crew experience. We don't have any additional information to share at this time. Here's the question you ask them. Is my burger going to cost $6.29 around the clock?
Yeah.
Or will it be cheaper or more expensive at different times? It's a yes or no question.
Mm-hmm.
Will my Dave's single with cheese be the same price 24/7? And yet they can't definitively give you that answer, so they give you a bunch of corporate jargon that you would get in an email release that you would delete upon immediately receiving on your phone.
Of course you don't do that here,
No,
though.
read everything, man. You kidding me? Inbox is clean. It's pristine. 855-839-1210, the number. All right, Mitch McConnell, he's out. It's the end of an era. Where do we go from here? We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, Pennsylvania, family-owned and operated since 1979. Their experienced team has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. So a dedicated design consultant is going to work with you on all your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, the backsplash, the counters. So do you want to go with the kind of the white look and the white, or do you want to go with the dark? The Ubatuba, like I have a Ubatuba, the darker, with the darker cabinets, but I'm really dreaming and lusting after the white cabinets. So you have to think about the contrast. And that's where the design consultant, they're going to work with you on all of that. And what about a tub shower conversion? That outdated bathroom that you're just embarrassed about? Why not choose Kitchen Magic? They do the tub shower conversions too. You're going to get exactly what you want. It comes with an industry-leading warranty. And right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your entire remodel. Just visit them at kitchenmagic.com. I love to see all the before and afters. They're beautiful. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here's another remarkable success story from QC Kinetics. This one from Chad, who hurt his knee at the gym one day, and it just kept on hurting for months.
From my high school football and wrestling days, I already had a little bit of damage in there, but this just sent it over the edge.
Chad tried traditional treatments with no improvement when he turned to the non-surgical regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics.
It was really fascinating how they did their work, and the science behind it was very intriguing, and it works. Extracting the cure out of my own body blew my mind. It's like I'm brand new again. It was fantastic.
That's because the QC Kinetics natural biologic treatments use your body's own healing power to restore damaged tissue in your hips, shoulders, back, and knees, providing long-lasting relief.
Now I'm back at the gym. I'm 100%, feeling great.
If you're tired of suffering with pain from arthritis or injury, call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money Sunday mornings at 9.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
These changes for the Phillies. Never again will I utter the words. Now pitching for the Phillies, Craig Kimbrough.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township. Saturday, April 20th at St. Luke's Church on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. And Conklin's Comedy Night every other Thursday at Parks Casino. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com! The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
How much do you worry about your debt?
With over $15,000 I owe, constantly it keeps me awake at night.
Accelerated debt settlement can cut your debt by up to 85% and in as little as 7 to 12 months.
I could be free of debt in no time?
That's right. Other debt settlement companies can take years to negotiate down your debt, but accelerated debt settlement moves fast. Just call 1-877-314-1165.
The sooner I don't have to stress about my debt, the better.
Exactly. In just months, Accelerated Debt Settlement's legal team will negotiate your unsecured debt down 60, 80, even 100%. Your debt from credit cards, student loans, timeshares, medical expenses, and more cut down 60, 80, even 100%. And you'll save thousands of dollars in interest payments.
Finally, there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
And a good night's sleep.
Now get free of debt in a year or less with Accelerated Debt Settlement. Just call 1-877-314-1165 and we'll get to work for you. That's 1-877-314-1165. 1-877-314-1165.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Kayal and Company as we roll on. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So if you are keeping track, Kevin McCarthy, bye-bye. Ronna McDaniel, so long. And Mitch McConnell, the trifecta is complete. Donald Trump's takeover of the Republican Party officially complete yesterday as Mitch McConnell stepping down as the Republican leader. He will walk away from leadership coming up in November. Mitch just turned 82 years old last week. Longtime guy, longest serving party leader in Senate history, the Republican from Kentucky, as he walked in 1985. I mean, that's pretty remarkable. And look, I think a lot of people have soured on the old guard and the old vision for the Republican Party. Certainly, in the last 8 years, the exhaustion and fatigue of the rhinos of the party and the uniparty and things like that. So, you think about his career. I was reading a little bit about last night, and it happened before I was born, when Mitch McConnell really went to bat for free speech against the FCC. I think it was 1981, 1982. But he will be done in November. Politico wrote a piece, talking about the succession plan. There's three guys that come to mind for me, in no specific order, but my top three would be Josh Hawley from Missouri, J.D. Vance from Ohio, or Tim Scott from South Carolina. I think all three of them would be fantastic. I'd have no issue with any of those guys. And, we'll see how it plays out. I don't think any of us saw Mike Johnson taking over for Kevin McCarthy when he took over as the Speaker of the House, but we'll see how that plays out as we get closer to the fall when Mitch steps aside.
Now, I would love Senator Rand Paul.
I was just
That's
going to
why
say
I
that.
tweeted
I
that
saw
out
a lot of people talking about
RFK
that.
Jr., how about that, endorsed Rand Paul to take over.
Wow.
I mean,
I wouldn't be against that. I mean, I love what he's done against Fauci. So, add him to my list.
You got to have somebody who knows. I think, Senator Tim Scott, he's a good guy, but I don't know that he's as experienced. You have to know the ins and outs. I think you need somebody who's been around longer. And so, but they're saying the leading contender is Senator John Thune, who I know like last week, he just within the past days endorsed Trump.
Mm-hmm.
To me, he's kind of a never Trumper. And I think you don't want that. Remember, Rand Paul fairly recently came out, never Nikki, came out for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I just think you want some party unity.
He's 61 years old. That's Rand Paul. I believe Tim Scott's in his late 50s. I want to say 58 or 59. Josh Hawley, J.D. Vance, both younger, I believe in their 40s, which kind of leads me to where I wanted to go with this as far as Mitch McConnell's age. I mean, if you think about this, 82 years old, the guy has been in politics for over 4 decades. And I was thinking about this yesterday. We have a minimum in the United States. To be the president of the United States, to run for president, you have to be at least 35. And my stance on the upper limit for age has always been, I don't think you can just necessarily throw out a specific number because everybody ages differently. I would also say everybody matures differently. Not all 35-year-olds are mature, right? Like technically you could run for president at 35, and there's some guys that are 35 going on 60, like yours truly was. And then there's some 35-year-olds out there that still act like they're 24 fresh out of college. Mm-hmm. But I was thinking about this. Let's come up with a number. Can we agree on a common ground to be in, and I'm not talking about just the president. I'm talking about being the head of the Senate, being the head of Congress, or even maybe just being in politics in general. What about this? I'm going to go with an age cap of 70 years old. And I know, Stalker, you're like, 70s.
Well, this is going to go over well.
Yes. So here's it's bad take week continues on Kayal and Company.
You know what? This just blows my.
Yes, I'm bailing you out of the blazing saddles.
Yeah, you're bailing me out.
Yes, you're officially off the skillet.
Well, I started it with my bad take on The Wire is a terrible series.
And your pizza position.
And you're going to take it over the finish line with this take.
So here you go. Age cap of 70 years old.
By the way, this is unconstitutional.
Yeah,
you know that, right?
That's completely fine.
It's unconstitutional.
So it would mean
discrimination.
If you have the potential to serve 2 terms, you would be done with office and no longer eligible at 78 years old.
You're talking about term limits. That's a good thing. You're talking about term limits.
Term limits, but I'm saying the age at 70 years old, that's it. Once we get to 78 years old, so if you're 71, if you're 74, if you're 77, if you're 81, ineligible.
Well, then the guy that you're going to vote for president for in a couple months.
That's correct.
You wouldn't.
But this would not be enacted in time.
So he gets the pass.
Well,
but after this,
and to be fair, Biden does as well. This obviously would not go into effect until whenever. And this is just fantasy world I'm living in.
Yeah.
But the reason I say this is I want you to think about businesses. Most corporations we have seen, when you get into your 60s, they try to phase you out as like a CEO, right? Like they want to go younger.
If they do, and I know somebody who this happened to,
yes,
and he won his federal lawsuit.
Right. I'm not saying
a huge.
Not saying it's valid or legal, but this happens,
it's
right?
Age discrimination.
This happens, right?
To your point, it does. To your point, look at the difference between Trump. When you look at Donald J. Trump, and if you didn't know his age,
mm-hmm.
if you did not know his age, would you guess that the guy is going to be 78 June?
If I would just look at Trump, I would say like 68 would be my
So you just proved my point.
Okay.
I mean that's just it. Then it depends on your DNA.
But see, it
depends on your lifestyle. It depends if you're female or male.
Yeah, but we can't have it both ways. We can't sit here and bicker and complain about all these fossils in government, Mitch McConnell, Dianne Feinstein, Joe Biden, Republican, Democrat, these lifelong swamp creatures that go in there with $8 in their pocket and they walk out worth $22 million.
Term limits.
Okay, that's fine. There's got to be. We need some sort of solution. Whether it's
term
limits,
age.
I'm done with these people. With all due respect, and Mitch McConnell, towards the end of his run in the last 7-8 years, he's been a shell of himself. But he seems like a genuinely respectable Southern gentleman. I don't have any ill will towards Mitch McConnell. But we got to do something about this. Our politics are just so bad in this country.
By the way, RFK Jr., who could bench press you, is 71 years old.
Yeah.
That's an absurd. It's an absurd limit to say age. It has to be mental faculties.
But we're never going to be able to do it. So we're just going to do it on a case by case disqualification basis.
Yes.
Yes, that's America. That's. You're talking about age discrimination, which is a big thing.
Well, couldn't I argue you're being discriminated against if you can't run for president until you're 35? I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy's 38 years old? I mean, technically, obviously, he's eligible. He's just over the threshold. But age, I got a tweet from Hasn't Been Sober. He goes, if you can't be president until 35, you shouldn't be able to vote until you're 35. That's a ridiculous take. Right? To me, if you're able to go and die for your country in the military at 18, you should be able to vote. You should be able to have your chopped off.
Nobody's going to die for their country. We don't have a draft anymore.
No, but if you're 18 and you enlist and you get sent over to the Middle East or something and you die,
yes,
to me you should be able to vote at 18.
By the way, I don't disagree with the 35 thing. I don't think that you know what you're doing. If you're in the military or you're fighting for our country, then yes, we should give you an exception.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather have a 32-year-old president or 90-year-old Dianne Feinstein in politics?
That's a bad comparison because
no, it's the
oranges and apples.
It's the extremes of both.
She's not president. She never was.
I don't want a 32-year-old Gen Zer because I see what they but you see somebody like Vivek who's 38 and he's
built a company. He's brilliant.
Exactly. So the age thing is just ridiculous.
Okay.
It's a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Case by case it is.
By the way, Liam Neeson, who we just talked about, Naked Gun.
Not Leslie Nielsen. Right.
Yeah, who will be replacing, I guess, Leslie, 71 years old. 71, and just launching, this new career move at 71.
By the way, guys, Nick Kayal, there is a poll up right now. Should 70 years old be phased out in government? It's 50-50 right now.
It's not a terrible take.
It is a terrible take.
I mean, we can't have it both ways. We can't. Oh, he's gotta go. No, how dare you? That's ageist. You're having both sides.
Term limits.
I have a 71-year-old neighbor who I left for work this morning at 4:30 a.m. and he was out walking his dog at 4:30 in the morning.
God bless him.
I'm just saying there's 75-year-olds, 80-year-olds that could probably run circles around me. It's not an age thing. It's about mental fitness.
Road Warrior says, Greg, your bad hot take is a psyop to take the heat off of Dawn.
I love Road Warrior. He's the best. He's the best. He busts balls like the best of them.
He does, man.
Yeah.
And he comes at me hard.
Oh, he does, of course.
855-839-1210, but I drove past him on the bike ride, so it's all good. We'll come back. We've got an update on free speech locally at Lower Marion High School. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live, same-game parlays, exclusive props, and so much more. I love the FanDuel app. It's my go-to app as far as when I want to just see who's playing tonight. Honestly, you can go to the app and look up games and see if there's anything you want to wager on. Make this 76ers season a little bit more interesting when there's money on the line. I love the FanDuel app. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg and shoot your shot. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NBA. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Fargo, the new virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Terms and conditions apply. Your mobile carrier's availability and message and data rates may apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-948-6033 to speak to an expert. That's 800-948-6033.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store, ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
Get ready for spring by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square on Saturday, March 9th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Hey, Mount Laurel. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
All right, 7:39. It is Thursday morning here on Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The free Odyssey app live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Still about a day and a half of shows worth to go, and you can still win probably the worst take of the week. You know what we should do? That should be a Friday segment. Worst take of the week.
I like it.
We'll just chronicle it. We'll document it. We'll jot it down on a notepad, and then Friday we'll kind of vote on who had the worst opinion of the week.
All right, wait, hang on. Let's take notes here.
Because your take can be bad, but it's always welcomed because we encourage free speech.
Dawn Stenslin.
Blazing Saddles did not age well.
Blazing Saddles.
Yourself.
Blazing Saddles did not age well. Greg Stocker. Pizza is fast food.
Yep.
Greg Stocker. The Wire was a terrible show.
Yes.
And Nick Kayal.
Ice cream is overrated. And my age take for political office.
Let's Phil, put up a poll question and see which one is the worst take. Who had the worst take of the week?
Mine will probably still win.
It will. Absolutely.
Blazing Saddles.
Absolutely.
Sugared everybody.
Actually, I think Nick's 7-year-old's take is the worst one of the week. But.
That's fine. I can take the heat.
Well, I'm going to mitigate it. Here's what I will say about your take is that what I think could happen is that for certain jobs, whether it's president, Senate, lawmaker, or let's say public service jobs, law enforcement, firefighter,
district attorney,
district attorney, any job,
Okay.
any job, could a company or a government say you have to take a physical mental health acuity test and you have to pass that as part of the job?
Starting at a certain age?
No,
Okay.
I think that you could actually get away with, because I mean, private companies right now do drug testing. You know, you sign a contract, and that's if your union negotiates it, or if you personally, accept those terms, then you'll be drug tested, or you have to pass a physical, or that sort of thing.
Yeah, Dawn, we're gonna need you to pee in a cup at the end of the show today. Just
I've had at one point CBS News was drug testing employees, new employees.
Really?
So yes, I had to go to. This was years ago, but I went to the doctor and they do it. The drug test. They were just doing that at the time. I don't know if there was like a real problem with employees. It was just their screening.
By the
process.
way, if I've never been drug tested here, nobody's gonna get
I
drug
was just going to say, I don't think I've ever been submitted to a drug test in any profession, radio or not.
Really?
I have no really never.
Actually, I take that back. The 6 months that I worked for Northampton County Juvenile Detention.
Oh,
when I was a detention
sense.
officer, yeah,
that makes
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
So, but the bottom line is, if you agree to it, if you're in the private sector or your union does or what have you, then I have no problem with that. And even to the point of saying with Joe Biden, the presidents, they get to choose whether or not they have the mental acuity test or not.
Yeah.
So I think it could be standard. I think that would be fantastic. I believe in term limits, so I like that idea. But as far as just doing age cutoffs, no, I don't. I think that would be challenged in the courts, and obviously it would lose. And rightly so, because there are people, if you start looking up people, you'll be surprised at how many. I was even looking up the stats of how many people over the age of 70 right now are in the workforce. So it looks like about 1 in 10 are in there well into their 70s, and particularly because of Bidenomics.
I was just going to say, you can't afford to retire right now.
You cannot afford it,
Right.
and you've lost. For the average person, let's say you've worked, 30, 40 years and you had $1 million, you've lost just during Biden's term about $250,000.
Yeah, it's very
your
interesting.
total nest egg.
Yeah, I mean, there are just some people that you can't fill up the hours of their day and they never technically fully retire. See, that's not going to be me. Like, I'm not going to stick even if I'm lucky enough to do this show on this station for 25 years. Like, I'm not going to be one of these talk show hosts that sticks around well past. Like, when I'm done, I'm done. When I feel it coming, like, I'm not going to be one of those guys that does like a year-long retirement tour. Like, none of that stuff. Like, when I'm done, like, if I hit like 63 and I'm not dead yet and I'm still here, that's it.
63.
63.
Well, his parents, I mean, tragically, your parents died in their 50s.
Yeah.
And so, that's
So you're a goner in like 10 years.
Yeah,
No,
I might do a little part-time
going to the
work
doctor.
in my 70s. Like, I'll be a starter at a golf course one day a week. Yeah, I'll just hassle all these young people.
But let's be honest, Nick. You didn't take a physical until Dawn Stensland shamed you into doing it, right?
Yes.
Get to the doctor.
Yes. I didn't take a physical until January of this year.
Wow.
But you think about more and more people are living longer and taking care of themselves. And you think about I think of QC Kinetics. Think of all the stuff that's out there, supplements. People are doing the, what's it called, hydration therapy, the peptides. It's amazing stuff. And a lot of times people look at a Tom Brady and go, wow, this guy is playing at the highest level. And I know that he, had great blockers and whatever, but still, well, I have no doubt that he's doing all of that and more.
Well,
that's legal.
Yeah, he took, that guy ate clean. He legitimately treated his body like his temple.
Which we all should.
Yeah.
But Nick, he did more than just not eat tomatoes.
Oh, of course.
I mean, come on.
Yeah. He's not just using avocado oil and pink Himalayan sea salt.
Come on. I mean, and so now we know all of that, and those types of clinics that are specialty clinics, they're popping up everywhere because people are realizing, I take, the hydration therapy, get some peptides in me, collagen, and you're living longer, you're healthier, your joints are healthy. It's kind of the fountain of youth, or, it's a miracle for a lot of people.
By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching right now, please hit the like button. If you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. Please, please, please hit the subscribe button. I want to get to 6,000 subscribers. The poll up right now, who had the worst take? Nick Age, Dawn Blazing Saddles, Greg Fast Food, and then an other. I would have done Greg Wire because I think that's a worse take than fast food. But okay, you can only do 4 choices. Right now, Dawn and Nick are neck and neck with the worst take. Dawn is right now at 41%, Nick at 30%, Greg Fast Food 18%, other at 11%.
And remember, folks, on this program,
Kayal and Company, we're kind of right.
I love that.
Oh my God.
60% of the time.
Who is cutting all of these for you? And I'm going to fire them.
It's Floater Jim.
Gotcha.
Good old Jim. Okay. All right, we'll get to Kellogg's. We'll get to Chick-fil-A and the New York Times. I also want to get to this Philadelphia Inquirer column on Lower Merion High School and free speech and censorship. Very fascinating story. We'll get to that after the cut sheet. But right now, it is time, 7:46. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this? What's today? Thursday!
Yeah, I think it's Thursday.
It is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. They strive to do what is right. They work hard to match you with the perfect Volvo and always go the extra mile for their customers. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. By the way, this might be the first leap year edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
Woohoo!
I think we did it. I don't know if we did it 4 years ago. I don't think we did.
That would have been. Think about it. 4 years ago, you were right at the beginning of the pandemic.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, we didn't. We didn't. So this will be the first leap year edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. So let's make it a good one, shall we? All right. I teased this earlier, and hat tip to my buddy Michael Pelka, who's becoming the best producer on this radio station we have. I kid.
Boys, that's a challenge in the back. That's a challenge. Step up the game.
Relax, everybody, relax. He was on with Martha McCallum last night, and to show you how important and popular the immigration issue is right now with voters, somebody who is in my opinion, as liberal as RFK Jr. is, and he is, by the way, everything but the vaccine issue, he's very liberal. And I just want to make one point.
And free speech, too.
I want to make one point, too, that the whole anti-vax movement actually started on the left. It was liberal, crunchy granola mothers in Southern California, in Anaheim, and that weren't getting their kids vaccinated because it wasn't natural, man. It wasn't this. So that anti-vax movement started on the left. So that's kind of where he's coming from on this. But his take on the border, Ukraine, and what should happen to illegal immigrants who come into this country and commit a crime is right out of Donald Trump's playbook. Okay. And I think it's interesting that he's taking these stances. This is RFK Jr. with Martha McCallum last night.
Let me ask you this. With regard to the border, there is a battle on Capitol Hill right now that many conservatives believe that you should secure the border before you send another dollar to help Ukraine. Do you agree with that?
I mean, I think the Ukraine war should be ended. And I think I wouldn't necessarily couple those issues, but I think the Ukraine war is a war of choice, that it's a war that's easily settled, and that we should not be spending any more money in Ukraine. We need that money here.
Do you believe that any person who has crossed the border and commits a crime should be deported from this country?
Of course. Of course they should be deported. And the major thing is to shut down the border, which we can do pretty much overnight. And that, through a combination of policy of reinstating the Migrant Protection Act, which requires people who are coming through with asylum claims that their case be adjudicated in Mexico, not the United States. We should end the catch and release program and have a catch and return program at the border.
And build a wall?
We need the wall. We need a physical barrier, yes, a wall in the urban areas and places where migrants can disappear very quickly. And then we need other infrastructure, including monitoring, long-range cameras, lights, fences, and a lot of the other areas. You don't need to put a wall 2,200 miles from Brownsville, Texas to San Diego, but you need monitoring systems. And we had those in place, and the Biden administration dismantled them.
Wow.
It's very, very, he almost echoed Trump to a T.
Yep.
And, forget Trump for a moment. It's not some radical right-wing Trump. It's just a common sense approach.
Amen to that.
I mean, you build a wall. Why? Because you deter people and physically prevent people from coming in. It's the same reason there's barbed wire on top of prison yards. Why? Because they don't want people to get out. It's a very common sense standpoint. And, you talk about Ukraine. I don't want to see Ukraine annihilated by Russia, but I also don't want our own citizens and our safety in America to be second, third, or fourth fiddle as Zelensky keeps getting bag after bag of cash to keep fighting off Putin. It really goes to show you the difference in America first versus America last. And we're watching it in real time.
I fear that it's too late, even if Biden does do this, which he has said that he's thinking about it. You think about this largest growing criminal organization in the world infiltrating the United States of America, Venezuela, their crime going down, their violent crimes going way down, ours going way up. But this Tren de Aragua gang, where they're now alerting everybody, cops, they're telling the FBI, the feds are saying, look for this tattoo. These gangs, they're here in Philadelphia, they're in New York, they're in the country. Mm-hmm. And so the problem is, oh, great, now they're going to decide to shut it down. I fear it's too late.
Yeah,
they're already in the country.
You're right. 10
million people possibly. And so how many of them are these violent individuals?
Yes. And I think we're all in agreement that 7.3 or 7.2 million is probably a low-end number that has been handed out. It's probably, as you mentioned, if not 8, 9, 10 million. And we just don't know who these people are. We don't know what their histories are. And when you ask Mayorkas to do his job, he takes it so personally. He just gets this scowl on his face. The border is secure. No, it's not. We'll insult our intelligence.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. And I think that the blood of all of these victims, including Locke and Riley, is on Biden's hands.
Yep.
And I think for that reason and that reason alone, he needs to be fired. Boom.
Speaking of Lake and Riley, when she was asked, a reporter asked about her last night on the in the press briefing, and asked if Joe Biden has spoken to the family of Laken Riley. And this is what KJP said. This is cut one. Phil, go.
Karine, has the president spoken to the family of Laken Hope Riley, the young Georgia student who was murdered allegedly at the hands of an undocumented immigrant?
So first of all, I do want to extend our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones of Laken Hope Riley. Given this is an active case, I'm going to be really careful about speaking to that case more specifically. We'd have to refer anything specific to that case to law enforcement and obviously ICE. And the president, I don't have anything regarding to the president speaking to the family, but it is heartbreaking. I can't even imagine what the family's going through, and so, but anything else specifically, I would have to refer you to ICE and law enforcement.
Just for clarity, when you say you don't have anything else in regards to them speaking, so we can assume that they haven't spoken to this point at least.
I just don't have anything to read out to you.
If they have spoken, will you correct us and let us know that there is some?
We would let you know. I just don't have anything for you.
You got a lot.
She's already answered. She's already answered the question. She's going to refer you to the White House counsel. She has nothing else to offer. We're not going to go beyond that. Once again, she goes out there. You got to assume that this question is coming, and it was barely a pre-scripted, stock canned answer with the deepest. But you know what? Thoughts and prayers, sympathies and condolences. Doesn't bring her back.
No, and where former President Trump will be today in El Paso, that's where 5 months ago this alleged, I have to say alleged, scumbag predator killer crossed into this country. And he had been in custody. If they had only ejected him, this young lady, this bright light, would be alive today.
Yep.
So this is a moment. This could be a turning point for Trump to bring the party together and to have a speech, to meet with these individuals and to talk about the fact that he's standing on the ground where this guy 5 months ago crossed illegally into our country.
Yeah, and like I said in the big take this morning, I would be in Georgia. I mean, Georgia, obviously we know it's a swing state, but it also carries 16 votes for the Electoral College. Short of Pennsylvania, Georgia's the most important mathematical swing state in this election.
It's funny to me because they really pick and choose what issues they want to be passionate about and what issues they don't. Because if I get it, if you don't know if the president spoke to, fine, but they always seem to have some sort of. She always goes off script when she talks about, let's say, a mass shooting or something like that,
or somebody with new pronouns.
Exactly. And stuff like that. She goes off script. She has a passionate speech about hate speech and the division in this country, and Congress needs to pass laws and this, that, and the other. She goes off script with that. With this, she's just caught. She has nothing to say.
Yeah.
And it's so obvious and evident.
They tried
that
to
they don't
sell.
care.
Yeah, they tried to sell unity when they were running, and we were going to unite the country. He is incredibly divisive, and they just. I mean, think about it. An entire year went by before you went to East Palestine, Ohio.
Yeah.
3 years go by before you visit the border for a second time.
Yeah.
And of course, when you're a victim in this country, they only acknowledge the victims that check off boxes. That's this administration.
Well, this could be a turning point as well because this gang, the Venezuelan gang, who's very violent, they're known for their kidnappings, the extreme violence. And so if they're establishing in places like El Paso and across the country, and they're reportedly here in Philadelphia, they're in New York on the East Coast, they're on the West Coast, okay? So they're here, but they tend to prey on immigrant populations. And so that could be a turning point as well for former President Trump, as he talks about, hey, they're just not vetting people. They're letting anybody come into your community.
Yep.
That could turn that vote as well.
By the way, let's talk about something happy for a second here, shall we?
Yeah.
Before we get back to KJP and her splaining. Did you guys see this yesterday? Tesla is teaming up with SpaceX to build a Tesla Roadster. It's a sports car that will hit 0 to 60 in less than 1 second.
1 second?
So if you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, we have a video of how fast this car goes. It's really cool to see. Head over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this. Phil, if you want to run this now, go. Look at that thing. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You ready?
Look at that thing.
Look
my
at
God,
that.
yeah.
That is amazing.
That
The
is-
gun on silent, be quiet.
All right.
Looks like a
Yeah.
little bit like a
There you go. Look at
Corvette-ish?
that.
Do you think
Wow.
it's-
Yeah.
Are you a speed junkie? Like, were you ever like was a fast sport car like ever in your wheelhouse, or you're not into that type of stuff?
I have a 77 Corvette that I take out every once in a while.
Nice.
And it has like the original engine. Well, a rebuilt version of the original
You don't have
engine.
classified documents next to it in your garage, do you?
But yeah, it goes fast, and
Okay.
I enjoy. But no, like something like this, I would love to. It's definitely cool to watch.
I mean, I would definitely try. I mean, you know, if they let me test it down like a big tunnel and go 0 to 60 and then
Yeah.
just get out. But I've never been one of those guys into the whole sports car scene. I've always been more of an SUV guy, like the bigger truck type stuff. This looks like an Opelka, a toy. This is something Opelka will have. I guarantee you. He's a former Tesla owner.
He is.
Yeah.
So with the how will it go from 0 to 60 in 1 second with the SpaceX rocket thruster option package?
Do we have a MSRP on the sticker
I
price?
I'm not sure. Will your buddies there? Will they sell them? Who knows? I don't know.
200 grand, you think, for one of those?
I don't know.
What's a Camaro? What's a fully loaded Corvette or Camaro or what else is out there that's a really fast car? A Porsche, Lamborghini. What's a Lamborghini go for? About $250 these days?
I have no idea. Well out of my price range.
You see Stalker driving a Lamborghini on South Beach, his hair blowing in the wind.
The blonde locks.
Would you like something like this, Dawn?
I would love it.
Look at that.
Yeah.
That is an amazing feat.
Yeah.
In another life.
Yeah.
Now, is that electric as well?
I would assume so. It's
Yeah, it
Tesla.
plugs in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're trying to like because EVs,
The electric thing is struggling.
Nobody's buying them.
Mhm.
They need some sort of
The hybrids are doing well.
they need some sort of hype to get them out there and
I thought I saw something yesterday that 7 of the top 10 selling car models right now in the country are hybrids.
yeah.
And it was a column, I think, talking about not only the failures of the EV, you know, with this whole, push to get everybody into one of them and people aren't biting on it, but also people getting away from, the fully gasoline-powered vehicles.
By the way, while we have all these people over here on YouTube, let me do another thing. Phil, I want to play. Remember we like to play videos and do like a comparison of what things were like in the 50s and 60s and what they're like
Oh, you
now.
got some more stuff from the glory days?
Yeah. So, Phil, if you can grab the riding trains in the 1950s. So, if you look at what, trains were in the 1950s, look, nice.
It looks like a diner.
Yeah, look, you see, families all well dressed, all talking to one another. Are these propaganda photos? Probably. But, look, everybody is nice and
skinny,
clean,
hairbrushed, good clothing,
playing cards,
playing 52 pickup.
I give you what is going on trains in 2024. Phil, if you can play the first one here.
Oh boy.
These there we go. The early morning. This is fights happening.
Hair being pulled. People being thrown into the security poles that you hold on to.
I was gonna play the other one, but it's a little graphic for
Yeah.
people who watch on YouTube, so I'm not going to play it, but I will describe it. Don't play the video, Phil. It is a person who I assume is homeless on the train, dropping her pants and just urinating.
Oh yeah.
Ew.
Well, they use public transportation as their restroom.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why you'll never catch me dead on any of these things.
It's like this looks like a cage fight.
This is
now.
This
with
is
people,
this is UFC
uncensored. There you go. So
13 people, fisticuffs. There goes iPods and earbuds flying around. Everybody's headphones and they get knocked off. Can we go back to the 1950s train? I want to see the one in color again. I had a thought and an observation. If you go back, Phil, to the one where it was like you could see the color of the carpet. Not that one. The next one. There's like brown carpet. Yeah, right there.
There we go.
I remember when my parents got divorced. My dad bought this half double house. And everything on the inside was brown. It was like this brown carpet, brown cabinets, brown like wood paneling everywhere. I'm telling you, I don't know what it was about the 60s, 70s, and 80s with all this brown. My grandparents had a lot of brown. You don't see brown in houses anymore.
Yeah.
Modernized houses, even renovated reboots, like what an awful color combo. Not that I'm like some home decorating interior expert, but.
By the way, let me just give, if you're watching right now and you have a weak stomach or you're watching with a child, just look away for 30 seconds. Phil, if you want to play that video of the homeless person urinating, there we go.
Oh, you really had to show it? Is that Fannie Willis?
Oh, no, come on.
That's a big Fannie, though.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's always attractive. You know, I was thinking about asking you out, but now that you popped a squat, what's your number?
Man. All right. I can hear everybody on the radio going, we can't see it. We don't know what you're talking
it's
about.
Nasty. Well, be glad you can't see it.
Exactly.
Because you cannot unsee it. Ew.
What would you do if you just saw somebody urinating and I just
get up and walk down to the other end of the cabin.
Yeah, because what if there's a spray?
Oh, God.
You know what I mean? You get some of that splatter on you.
Don't stand on urine is sterile. I've heard that. All right, let's get back to the things people care about, not people peeing on trains.
You could catch like some kind of different diseases.
Chlamydia or something.
Yeah.
Can you get that from pee? I don't know.
Hepatitis.
Oof.
That's nasty.
It is nasty. So what about the president's health? Apparently, he went for a physical, and he's good. He doesn't need anything.
That's right. He's good.
Karine Jean-Pierre claims they're trying to get back to the norm by preventing Biden's physician from briefing the press. This is cut 2, Phil. Go.
To get back to the norm that it used to be, where doctors don't come to the briefing room. It is not the norm. It is not. It has happened a couple times over the 35 years, but it's not the norm.
Well, Karine, we're all trying to get back to the norm. We're all trying to get back to a normal president, a normal economy, normal grocery prices, normal energy prices. But until you guys actually submit to a cognitive evaluation, this will continue. And it's going to continue because when you trot out the big guy, he can't go a day without making a headline in a negative light.
Yeah, by the way, and it's the first time we've had a president who is 81 years old and who apparently looks to everybody, not just conservatives, but Democrats too,
right?
Like he's in mental decline.
Yeah, and you know what the biggest insult is, and this would be insulting to me if I was a donor to the Dems and Biden. You need note cards at fundraisers in front of all your money people. Like, I mean, you shouldn't need note cards. That's just like the intangibles and the people skills you develop and you schmooze with people. I don't need note cards to stroke the ego of somebody that might donate $1 million to my campaign. That should just come naturally off the top of your head.
She also wants to know that the president doesn't need a cognitive test because he passes a cognitive test every day. Cut 3, Phil.
Proof is in the pudding.
Cut 3, Phil. Go.
Did the president take a mental fitness or cognitive test during his physical this morning?
So let me just say I did see Dr. O'Connor, and he stopped by my office earlier today after the president completed his physical this morning, as you all know. He was happy with how everything went, and as soon as he finishes completing the memo, it will be a robust, comprehensive memo. We will certainly share that with all of you, as we have done in the last 2 years. And look, you saw the president return to work. He took some of your questions not too long ago, and you saw he's going to continue to fight for the American people. In this particular instance, he was talking about fighting crime. So the president's going to continue that process. As it relates to, you were asking me about a cognitive test. As it relates to that, look, you know, the president doesn't need a cognitive test. That is not my assessment. That is not my assessment. That is the assessment of the president's doctor. That is also the assessment of the neurologist, who has also made that assessment as well. And, you know, and you've heard us say this, and I'll reiterate this, the president's doctor has said, if you look at what this president, the president who is also the commander-in-chief, he passes a cognitive test every day, every day.
Well, according to an ABC Ipsos poll, 76% of Americans do not believe he is fit to serve anymore. And Jill can come out every day and say Joe's full of vigor and he's got a lot of bounce to his step. You should see him. He's a workaholic behind the scenes. Here's the only problem with that, Jill. The American public never sees that. So if the American public never sees that, we only see what we see every day when he comes out. And that's a man rumbling, bumbling, stumbling, tripping. I know the guy had a stuttering problem and he had a speech problem, but this is not a speech or stuttering problem.
No.
This is up here.
It annoys me when I hear people say that. It's like, well, he has a speech. If you look at him and listen to him in his 40s and 50s and even 60s, he's on the Senate floor and he's just railing away, no issues. And I know if you have those issues, I know they get worse as age goes on. So I'm not discounting that. But what we're seeing, him forgetting people's names and him just losing his train of thought, that's not stuttering.
Yeah.
It's just not.
And the only time he gets really full of vigor is talking about Trump in January 6th. But even in other spots where he gets a little animated, it peters off very quickly.
Another big issue for Joe Biden is his son, Hunter. He held the press conference yesterday, and a reporter yells to Hunter Biden, "Was the cocaine at the White House yours?" This is cut 7, Phil, go.
In the meantime, I'm going to go right back to this because Hunter Biden and his lawyer are there. They might talk to reporters. Let's listen.
That there was any financial transactions that involved Hunter with his father, period. It seems to me that the Republican members wanted to spend more time talking about my client's addiction than they could ask any question that had anything to do with what they call their impeachment inquiry. So, as I said before, there is no evidence because there is no evidence, and today only confirmed that. Thank you.
We come back for a public hearing?
Can you do a public hearing?
Mr. Biden, was the cocaine at the White House yours?
There is no evidence, period. That's, again, the view.
That's hysterical.
It's great. I love when those guys throw out those little pot shot questions from the back. I was a little surprised that they wrapped up the deposition as quickly as they did yesterday. I thought that would go well into the evening hours, 6, 7 o'clock. We'll see what comes of it, if there will be any leaks in testimony from Republicans. We'll also see when this hearing happens publicly in a matter of weeks. But I was reading something from the New York Post. I guess one of the questions, Hunter's defense to "I'm sitting here with Dad." Remember when we saw those texts where he was like, "Yeah, I'm with the big guy"? Hunter Biden apparently said that he was high and made it all up.
Oh.
Which, again, not a good look if you're trying to stay sober, and you're talking yesterday, as we did in the Big Take, as we previewed this deposition where Hunter said his sobriety really is monumental because democracy is at risk here. Hunter really, not only has he made himself to be the unjustified victim here, he's taken all the bullet points from the left. Like, he feels like, at least publicly, the way he spins it, should he have a relapse and that cost his dad the election, democracy goes down the drain and he's partly to blame for it. I'll just say this. And I mentioned this about addiction in the past, but let's just flip it. And I usually don't do this, but I'm just going to do it because I think it's important. Would Eric Trump or Donald Trump Jr. or any of Trump's kids, if they had a cocaine problem, do you think like The View and mainstream media would be sympathetic for their addiction?
Of course not.
No, they would say that they're self-entitled cokeheads and you're an adult, grow up, or we're cutting you off, right? So when you say that about Hunter Biden, if you are a Republican, it's, "Oh, you're insensitive. We all know somebody who's had to." Yes, you're right. But like this guy he's not 17. He's not 28. What, 54 years old? Yeah, I'm tired of him being the victim here. He's not the victim. Get your act together.
Jonathan Turley was on Fox News, contributor and lawyer, was on Fox News yesterday talking about Hunter Biden resuming his closed-door deposition. This is what he said yesterday. This is cut 8. Phil, go.
Well, let's bring in Jonathan Turley, constitutional law attorney and a Fox News contributor. So here's what Hunter Biden said in his opening statement. "I did not involve my father in my business, not while I was a practicing lawyer, not in my investments or transactions, domestic or international, not as a board member, and not as an artist, never." That's pretty much word for word what Jim Biden said when he was testifying last week. Any reason to believe either one of them?
Well, you'll notice he does not say that my father did not know about my business activities as he was flying on Air Force Two, for example. He has previously contradicted his father, who maintained throughout the campaign that he had no knowledge of his son's business dealings. Now, most of us believe that is now patently false, but you'll notice the nuanced language in all of this. I think that the Democrats did a disservice to themselves by coming out too quickly. You know, they came out in about an hour after the deposition had started, after Hunter Biden read that statement. So he had barely cleared his throat when they came out and said, okay, well, there's nothing here. And it left a lot of us sort of chuckling. It made it seem like he could pull out the severed head of Victor Shokin, and they would still say, well, thank you for being so forthcoming. I think we can move along now. I mean, it was just a bizarre and I think a really badly timed effort. So we have to see how he answers some of these very specific questions.
Here is, to me, the million-dollar question that puts Hunter Biden, James Biden, Joe Biden, and everybody in the Biden crime family into a corner where they have to come out swinging or just take the punishment because they don't have an answer. What was received in return for that money? Nobody just gives people $24 million. Nobody just receives a lump sum of cash and creates shell companies and then disperses it to people. So what was received? Well, it was influence. It was the Biden brand, the name. He made that joke about Victor Shokin. You know, Joe Biden has never seemed to have any a desire to jump down a prosecutor's throat in this country. Yet, yeah, he goes after Victor Shokin because Burisma and the board and the whole thing with Hunter and everything over here. At the end of the day, when cash changes hands, it's usually for the exchange of goods or services. That's a transaction, right? Mm-hmm. You learn that in like entry-level contract law. It's an exchange of an idea, a thought, something of material value. What was exchanged here? Because I don't think you just randomly get 20. If you do, I'd love to find out how I can cash in myself. Because this will be my last show. Unbelievable. But again, Republicans still haven't pinned everything down. And it's gonna be a bad look for James Comer if this thing just turns out to be, well, we think so and so, but we never were really able to prove it.
I'm gonna give a piece of advice that I'm sure everybody in the chat and everybody listening and all the Twitter is gonna be like, I can't believe you're saying this, but I'm gonna give
you better start wearing a vest and a helmet.
A piece of advice to the GOP: concentrate on the border. Stop with Hunter Biden. The American people care about immigration.
Yeah,
they don't care about Hunter Biden.
Well, it's not really about Hunter Biden. It's about his father.
Yeah, I just don't.
You know.
If they had something with the two of them, they would have brought it up by now. They don't. Stay away from Hunter Biden.
I do disagree with you, Greg. I just think the truth is that as it has been said, there were all these shell companies, and they did a pretty good job of hiding these
Nothing is
companies.
going to happen to the Bidens. Nothing will happen to the Bidens.
I agree with you, but
so what's the exercise then? It's not swaying any American people. What's the exercise then?
The exercise is
to...
that if there was a pay-to-play, there is an obligation to investigate it.
Okay.
They just don't have to hold freaking news conferences, go through your process in an official court proceeding, go through the process, investigate, get the subpoenas. I mean, the IRS whistleblowers, you say this, some of these IRS whistleblowers, this ruined their lives.
Mm-hmm.
They were the ones who came forth. And that's some of your most compelling evidence.
Yeah, you can
from
still,
the IRS. Remember the one guy? He was like, "I wish I had never done this. My life is ruined." But they felt so compelled to come forward.
You can do two things at once, and obviously you make the border your number one issue. You could still go about going after the Bidens, but to your point, you make a good point, Don, with the press conferences. I don't need Nancy Mace on Fox and Friends anymore giving me a recap of what happened in court.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like,
now, Nancy was looking good in that low-cut little blue dress.
She lost even more weight. Have you noticed that?
She's looking
really thin.
She's
on Ozempic, I think.
How about the fact that Hunter Biden, during the remission or whatever, beelines for Nancy Mace, goes and shakes her hand.
But she's getting a little too Marjorie Taylor Greenish for my liking. She's always seeking out the camera, always seeking out the microphone. I applaud what you're doing. I just don't need the soap opera, social media escapades all the time.
I think that's how they fundraise. I mean, the fact that she's on.
Well, honestly, that's how they relay their message to the people.
Yeah.
Because CNN's not going to talk about it.
Let me just say it one more time for the American people: the border is a winning issue. Hunter Biden is not. I know.
Right.
I know. Everybody's saying, "Oh, you can do both. You can do both." Concentrate on the border. You will win an election with the border. You will not win an election on investigating Hunter. Nothing happens to rich and powerful people. Ever. Ever. They get away with whatever they want to because they're rich and powerful and they have connections. Thank you.
Which is why they can
You're welcome.
quietly, I would just say, do your investigation, put your nose to the grindstone, do that in a proper professional way.
Yeah.
I think it would add credibility if they just didn't hold a ton of news conferences where they're waving promises around.
Bring Mayorkas back. Bring in Fauci.
Yeah, Fauci. For
Investigate all of them. Bring in Randy Weingarten. I'm fine with all of that. Hunter Biden is a losing issue. And when the GOP realizes that, then they'll start winning.
I agree with you on Mayorkas. I don't think bringing Fauci back. To me, the COVID thing, you can still get your pound of flesh. We can still get more details as to what was known. But you can't undo 2020. So I think Fauci, honestly, at this point, is a losing endeavor like Hunter Biden.
I got to say this, too. I think I'm going to criticize this radio station for 1 second. I think we spend a way too much time talking about Hunter Biden. I don't think people give two you-know-whats about Hunter Biden. I think that as an issue is just people. It just makes people's eyes glaze over. Honest to God.
You don't think so? There's two different things here. This audience doesn't care about Hunter Biden, or the American people.
Well, when you say audience, you're talking about a very small group of people that really care about the Hunter Biden issue. If our goal is to reach mass people, no, they don't care about Hunter Biden. You know what they do care about? The border.
But they had to you would agree that they did have to they had to question Hunter Biden because he's a critical witness. They had to get him on the record, and so as per the protocol, they were behind closed doors. And now I'm just warning you, Greg, that he's going to go before an open public session. So we're going to be talking about this. Hopefully it's just one.
You got to have this. I think this has to be wrapped up before we get to mid to late April, as far as the attention that this gets. Because by the time we get to all those, Pennsylvania's coming up on April 23rd with primaries. The Hunter Biden stuff needs to be, it's like, what's the old adage, poop or get off the pot? Let's go here. We either have something and you're going to put the final dagger in or you don't, right? Call it what it is. When you get him out there in public, in that public hearing, that's going to be the moment. And if you didn't learn anything in this deposition, then the hearing is just going to be a public sideshow. That's what it's going to be.
I think Republicans must stress that it's really not about Hunter Biden at all.
No, of course.
It's about an alleged pay-to-play situation with someone in one of the highest public offices when he was Veep.
It didn't affect the Clintons with Whitewater. It's not gonna. It's not. No, this is a losing issue.
It might be, but Greg, when you have wait a minute. So you're saying that if there's a trail here and there's a ton of money and an alleged pay-to-play scheme. Look at the situation. There's sure a lot of smoke, and you have whistleblowers whose lives have been destroyed.
Don't get me wrong. Hunter
when
Biden's
they came
a scumbag.
forth.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
I'm not saying it's not about Hunter though.
But Republicans have to handle this as a delicate balance because they only have the House. They barely won back the House. And at the end of the day, you're going to look at what the Republicans get accomplished. And if we get nothing accomplished, and it was nothing more than a dog and pony show, this is why Republicans will continue to lose, because we're like, all right, so we're going to throw out these investigations, and you're going to get your little pound of flesh. But did you accomplish what we needed to accomplish? What is the House accomplished? Look, elections have consequences, and we have found out some stuff over the last year and a half that we didn't know before, and that's because the Republicans took back the House. But if I'm judging them completely right now and grading them, C-, C+.
It's just amazing to me that you have on one side you have Trump, whose persecution, it's unbelievable to me. The Engelmoron case is incredible. The fact that now they're saying, no, you got to pay this nearly $500 million.
And what's it doing? It's making him more powerful.
But it's also making people say, I'll never vote for somebody who's convicted of these things, even though some of them are civil.
It is making him more powerful.
There are some of those out there that won't
you're playing into the Biden's hands by keeping this going. I'm just telling you.
I'm not playing into anything. I think we need to be equal and fair. And I'm simply saying that if somebody at the federal level, at the IRS, comes forth, puts their neck out, and then, by the way, is persecuted, and we learned about the guy. He was trying to move, and they cut him off, and I mean, it's horrible. And these are credible individuals. You played the audio when that happened with the IRS whistleblowers. These are some credible individuals. What's their motivation? They have no motivation. They came forth on this. And to say that doesn't matter, I think it does matter. I think it must be investigated.
I think to your point, it goes, when you look at it, when the Democrats do this, and they do this to Trump, and they accuse him of Russia and this hoax and that hoax, the Democrats get the benefit of the doubt with the media coverage and the sheer volume of people that go to that side. The numbers game is not in favor of Republicans. And then it's all, what's the old adage? Oh, it's no longer fun and games when the rabbit has the gun. Now the Republicans have the gun, and they're doing the same thing to Biden what the Democrats did to Trump. The only difference is, I would say the Republicans have a much smaller margin for error. The Democrats can swing and miss and whiff, and they just move on to the next thing. It seems like Republicans, when they go after somebody like Hunter Biden, if they fail, it could have the impact will be felt in the next election cycle.
It's obnoxious that Hunter Biden dodged that, alleged the Foreign Agents Registration Act, that the FARA, that he dodges that. And that people, Steve Bannon, one of them, in solitary confinement. You have people who that's a mandatory prison sentence. And so, Greg, I mean, they have to investigate this. Whether or not, I mean, do I think anybody's going to jail on that side? No, I don't. But to say, we shouldn't talk about it. It's a nothing here. No, unless we're not going to talk about the other side.
Well, the thing that ticks me off about it is when he defied the subpoena on December 13th. You get subpoenaed to testify. That's a legal binding piece of, that's a document, right? And he shows up on December 13th. You talk about powerful, wealthy elitists skirting around the law. I mean, he could have been arrested for that. He could have been held in contempt of court. And then he waits 10 weeks to do it. That's what really ticks me off. I want equal application of the law for people.
Oh, agreed. But that's not our justice system. Our justice system isn't an equal outcome for everybody. It's if you're rich and powerful. That's why nothing's going to happen to the Bidens. Like, this is all, like, you're spinning your wheels in the sand. That's all this is. That's all this is. I'm not saying he's not guilty. I am not saying he's not guilty. And I'm not saying he probably shouldn't be investigated for something. But to waste all this money and resources and everything on something that's going to amount to jack squat is just, it's concentrate on the border.
You're having a Matt Foley moment. Chris Farley.
Concentrate on the border and the economy.
Probably won't amount to jack squat.
I want to move on because I'm all right. Like I said, we talk about Hunter Biden way too much. We just spent 10 minutes talking about
Let's go 3 more.
I wasn't talking about Hunter Biden. We were talking about the alleged Biden family business and where did the money go, and was there really this pay-to-play situation?
Let's go watch Blazing Saddles.
Okay. Did not age well.
Can we do this? Is Fox News did a man on the street the other night, and they asked about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and they put up pictures of Kamala. And you see
I
people,
love this.
People knew who they were. This is hysterical. I've been sitting on this for a couple of days, but it's completely worth seeing and listening to. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
Who's this? I don't know. Who is that?
Nikki Haley?
Oh.
Look, I get it.
It's a picture
I know
of-
she's a black woman.
Oh, boy.
Well, that's very astute of you.
It's Black History Month, right? Let me not be mean to, what's her name, Carmella?
There you go. You know who
It's
it is.
Carmelo
What's her
Anthony.
job?
To help give my money away to migrants.
Vice President.
Oh, boy.
That's the title, anyway. What do you mean by that? She doesn't actually do anything. You don't like her. Sweetheart, nobody likes her.
Oh, bless your heart.
How does she make you feel?
I feel like she's looking at me right now, and I feel like a little, nervous if she can make it to the top.
She's nervous,
The only
too.
reason that I don't want Joe Biden to die is if he does, we get stuck with her.
Joe Biden's gonna be fine.
Kamala Harris has been vice president for 4 years. What are some of her greatest accomplishments?
Nothing. Where you been? Yeah.
Something about airplane bathrooms not being accessible.
Huh?
What?
great scene.
What has Kamala Harris done for the community?
Nothing.
Everybody at home watching this, what the did she do for us?
She always talks about on the news how she just wants to make America great again.
How'd that happen? Kamala was supposed to handle the migrant crisis. How's that working out?
So far, so not so good. The border's unsecured.
Just let migrants in our country and take over the world, beat the police up.
We got millions of people coming to this country and taking all our jobs.
You are right, brother.
If you were vice president, what advice would you be giving Joe Biden right now?
Not to run again for election.
He's seen now. You can't give him no advice.
If you're gonna be the president, gotta be the people's champion, bro. I don't know what the you're doing.
Let somebody who's
That
got
guy
their
should be
marbles
president.
to get a little bit
Hey,
more
this guy.
together, you know.
Not this guy,
Work
no.
on this. Do you have your marbles together? I've got a couple of more than Joe Biden does, I think.
Lay on a beach somewhere.
Who the hell is giving him that advice? I don't know. Does he like the beach that much?
If Joe Biden decides he's not going to run for re-election, should Kamala Harris automatically be the nominee? She would be absolutely trounced.
No, I'd rather Trump.
Kamala Harris is declaring that she's ready to serve. Is she?
She is ready. I mean, she is champing at the bit.
A drink. She's ready to serve a drink.
I like my coffee dark.
So if it's not Joe, it's not Kamala, who should be the Democrat nominee?
Maybe Al Gore's old enough now to run.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Will Smith.
That seems like a slap in the face to Kamala.
I'll bust your ass too.
If it comes down to Joe Biden and Donald Trump, who's your pick?
Trump, because I need another stimulus.
I vote for Donald Trump. My son, he gangster. He got the Trump Towers. He get to the bag. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to put some respect on my yellow man name. That's my boy.
Houston, we have a problem.
Ah, there you go.
Well,
Gangsta.
I'm telling you, there's a segment of the population where Trump resonates with that community, no doubt. I love the guy with the purple hat, the lipstick, and the eyeglasses that also double as sunglasses when you're outside. Always a bad look. I'm not into that look. But that guy claimed that he had a few more marbles than Joe.
It's true.
And I think he's right.
It's true.
Well, that's a big. They're in New York, right? And
Well, of
you think
course.
about hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants taking over all the violence, the gangs. That's what they're talking about.
Yes, indeed.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Everybody that's watching right now, please hit the like button and also hit the subscribe button. My goal is to get to 6,000 subscribers. So if you would do that, I would really appreciate that. One more, Nick, and then we should break. So have you been following this? I mean, it's the WNBA, so I'm sure you're not. The only time people are hearing about this is right now. So Caitlin Clark is about to break a record of some sort, right?
Yeah, greatest scorer in the history of women's college basketball.
Well, WNBA legend Cheryl Swoops made headlines earlier this month when she stated that Caitlin Clark needed 5 seasons to break Kelsey Plum's all-time scoring record. She says, and I quote, "If Kelsey Plum set that record in 4 years, well, Caitlin should have broke that record in 4 years." So upset. But because there's a COVID year and then there's another year, you know what I mean. So she's already had an extra year to break that record. So it truly isn't a broken record. Now, a lot of people are saying that she is saying this because it's racist.
Yeah. Well, Caitlin Clark's facing a lot of pushback in general because she's a straight white female.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yes, but I will say my husband the other night had played the Pete Maravich life story, and because he's a huge Pistol Pete fan.
Yeah, Pistol Pete was great.
And so she's 18 points away from Pistol Pete's record.
Yep.
But the problem is they didn't even have the 3-point rule.
Yeah, good point. That's
And
true. The 3-point line did not come in until I forget the year, but yes.
Wow.
Sports
So-
with Stensland.
No, it's my husband and my boys saying this.
Dawn spitting some knowledge. I love it.
Damn right.
What's interesting to me is that Cheryl Swoops went on a podcast and she hit back at her critics calling her racist for the Caitlin Clark comment because she says black people can't be racist.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Right. Racism is a one-way street where it's only white people hating on non-white people.
Cut 4, Phil, go.
I'm going to say this, and then I want to be done with this whole conversation. So for people to come at me and say that I made those comments because I'm a racist, first of all, black people can't be racist. But, that's the farthest thing from my mind. I grew up in a very small West Texas town, predominantly white. My best childhood friend is white. Went to predominantly white college, won a national championship.
By the way, don't white people get in trouble for saying, "Hey, some of my best friends are black."
Yeah. Oh, so that makes you not racist because you have a black buddy?
Yeah. I don't really care about her reasoning for why she said that. My comment is more on the black people can't be racist.
That's correct. Racism, you could be Asian and you could hate Hispanics. You could be Hispanic and hate Arabic people. The white people, race is not just this one-way street of the privileged majority hating on the marginalized communities. But that was Cheryl Swoops.
Yep.
Wow. That was she's not playing ball anymore. You can tell.
That's not fair.
I don't recall her being.
Come on, that's not fair.
Yeah, she's. Yeah.
What are you referring to?
She's not fat, but she's gotten a little bigger.
A little husky?
Yeah, I thought that was the interviewer of the podcast, and I thought Cheryl Swoop was going to be talking on the other side of the microphone.
No.
Which, by the way, Cheryl Swoops was really, really good. Houston Comets, I believe. There's your little WNBA tidbit of the day.
Boy, nobody cares about the WNBA.
I know.
No offense.
I'm going to shut up.
No offense.
Well, is it this Sunday? When does Caitlin Clark play next?
I think the season either ends this weekend or next weekend, and then it's tournament time. So yeah, she's going to pass that record. Okay. But she's gonna face a lot. Yeah, have you noticed this too? Not only is she facing pushback in college basketball for females, but we talked about this in the NBA with Jokic. Stalker, you brought up Joker a couple of days ago. Remember we were having all those stories about the MVP and how people were hating on Joker from Denver because he's white.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're white and you're dominating in basketball, you quickly realize that race is a two-way street.
It's true.
You really do.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three, and then we're going to get to this Lower Merion High School story with censorship and free speech. I've also got some updates for you with the New York Times and Chick-fil-A, as well as the CEO of Kellogg says, you know what? I get it. Grocery bills are expensive. You can just eat cereal for dinner. It's Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
We talked about the hybrid. I'm thinking about a hybrid SUV with my friends at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia. So, dun, dun, dun. That one's coming soon. But maybe you're thinking about Piazza Premium Automobiles. I love the Piazza Auto Group, and there is power within Piazza. They're across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. We just want to congratulate the two newest members to the Piazza family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore, as well as Maserati of the Main Line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. You're going to receive the same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from Piazza Premium Automobiles. Find your newer certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and much more. Check them out, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/value to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/value to get started and save. legacybox.com/value.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
You're all set with your new Navien water heater.
I can't wait to take a shower without running out of hot water. I'm just gonna love my Navien tankless water heater. I just want to say
Oh, no need to say that, ma'am. You'll always love Navien's high efficiency that will save you money on gas bills compared to other water heaters.
I love how I have more space with its wall-hanging design. Please let me say
Nope, sorry, miss. I know you appreciate it, but I can't let you say it.
Why not?
Because with Navien, it's a tankless job.
How long you been waiting to use that?
You'd be surprised.
Find a Navien installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966, 800-200-1966, or biglou.com.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. It is a Thursday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. So much to get to before we get out of here this morning. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll get to Dawn's Big Three right around 9:15. Morning Mystery Movie Clip at 9:20. Part 2 of the Cut Sheet at 9:30. And also have a couple of other stories to get to with a couple of these big-time corporations. But I found this story to be interesting in the Philadelphia Inquirer, and I got two takeaways from it. But let me just give you some of the bullet points here. So there's this battle over student press censorship here in suburban Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Inquirer writes the following. I have two brilliant daughters, if I may say so myself, and they are both products of the Lower Merion School District. They received a superb education that prepared them well for all of the next steps of life. I have always felt grateful to the district for that, but I am ashamed of it now. And that is because of its removal of two articles from the website of the Marionite, the award-winning student newspaper at Lower Merion High School. Like all censors in all times and places, the district said it was rightfully protecting students from harm. In fact, it taught them all the wrong lessons about speech, citizenship, and democracy itself. On December 20th, the Marionite published dueling student opinion pieces about the conflict in the Middle East. One of the articles, titled There's More to the Story, linked the October 7th attack on Israel by Hamas to hatred and discrimination suffered by Jewish people across history. The other essay, titled Humanity's True Colors, condemned Israel as an apartheid state and charged it with committing war crimes in Gaza. So you have these conflicting viewpoints, right? And they go on to say in the Inquirer in the story, anticipating controversy over the op-eds, the district reviewed them carefully before approving them for publication. So they ran it. They ran both of them, gave them a fair run. Not sure where they were placed in the school paper on the website, but they were both published. They also go on to say it also released an eloquent statement that fully endorsed free speech and dialogue across differences. Quote, the district supports and values students' First Amendment rights, the statement declared. Lower Merion schools will, quote, continue to strive to empower student voice and agency and to promote civil discourse necessary to understanding of diverse viewpoints. And then kaboom, 2 days later, the district threw student voice and civil discourse right under the proverbial school bus. No word on that, whether that was an electric school bus. We'll have to get back to you on that one. Amid a torrent of angry complaints, the district ordered the paper to take down both articles. They received roughly 250 emails about complaints. There's two things that bother me here. Number one, we are seeing this younger and younger and younger. We've heard Kamala Harris say it. We need to activate the younger demographic when we're talking about voters, but specifically with activating students. We are politicizing a lot of things in schools. We are seeing indoctrination, and now we are seeing censorship. And I think this is all to get students, the next wave, the next generation of society, to be complicit with this one-way school of thought. That's my first thought on this. But secondly, and maybe the bigger one here, at least for me, and maybe not overall for everybody, but for me, I find it incredibly cowardly to take down those two columns. You published it. You apparently did all the vetting. You read it over. You had conversations. You had a meeting of the minds. Everybody in the school district and the high school specifically said, all right, let's publish them. Let's get them up on the website. So you didn't have a problem with it. But once you got 250 emails, you cowardly cowered to these people and took them down.
Cowardly coward.
Well, yeah.
Nice.
Sorry.
I like it.
Yeah. So you need to stand by your choice because you knew there would be negative feedback. We're talking about the Middle East here, folks. This is Muslims and Jews, Arabs and people from Israel, whatever, however you want to classify in these individuals. It is one of in the history of mankind, in civilization, it is a butting of heads that will never end. So no matter which side you're on, you're always going to alienate another sizable group of people. It's just like Republicans versus Democrats. If you're in sports media, if you put out an opinion that's political, you're probably going to piss off 50% of people. Yeah. So stand by your decisions, school administrators, and leave the publications up on the website. That's what makes democracy great. That's what makes America great. And, it's crazy that we live in a world where you're viewed to be as some courageous individual because you get out there and you say, yeah, I don't think trans dudes should be playing women's sports. Most people agree with it, but you're viewed to be courageous for saying it because of the repercussions that could come your way for voicing the majority opinion and, more importantly, voicing the facts. So I lose respect for people that say, yeah, let's go with this. And whoa, we're getting a lot of mentions on Twitter. You know what? You should probably delete that. I have no respect for that.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you guys think about this, but it's if you're going to be a First Amendment absolutist, you need to stand in the face of adversity when the blowback comes. And this school, Lower Merion High School, the former home of Kobe Bryant, the late great Kobe Bryant, they pull a little bit of a cowardly act, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, this is this school and this school district. They're the ones who try to get rid of Halloween, and this is progressive, and so this is not surprising to me.
But it's regressive by definition. Yeah. Like I hear progressives, all the things that the progressives want to do. Like, I'm sorry. Silencing different viewpoints is not the way we progress and evolve and get to a point in society where we can truly embrace different viewpoints. Like, I think there's a lot of people out there with really, really terrible opinions. And we've had a lot of bad takes on this show this week. But you know what? I don't want to censor them and remove them. Let the marketplace of ideas dictate who's right, who's wrong. And let's live in a world where there's very little repercussions for things you say, short of, the obvious stuff. Like, let's just let society police itself, right? If you have a controversial opinion, say it. You shouldn't lose your job over it. You don't like it? That's fine. That's the beauty of this world that we live in, supposedly, in this country. So,
I just think that, the part of what we're seeing now is that they want to silence and cancel people who have a certain opinion. And unfortunately, that's what's happening. It's a form of discrimination, but we don't have diversity of thought. They talk about DEI, but there's no diversity of thought.
Such a good point. We want everybody to look different, but think the same.
Yep.
That's the maddening part of the left. So I'm going to have a African-American man. I'm going to have an Asian female. I'm going to have a white guy. I'm going to have a gay guy. I'm going to have a trans female. And we're all going to look different. You can have purple hair. I can shave my head. You can have cornrows. But we're all going to come to the same consensus that there's only one way to view life. And you're going to look through this prism. And you know what really stinks? And you talked about it, and Dawn and Greg both mentioned this, when we were talking about Hunter Biden. it's infuriating to me that only select few of people, there's a very small group that are above the censorship, that are above cancel culture, right? Like, even guys like Dave Chappelle have faced pushback with their comedy for their thoughts and their speech.
But he can afford.
Yes, to, right?
Yep.
Like, it's so unfair that we live in this world where Bob makes $58,000 a year, and Bob, if he wants to share his opinion on Facebook, could wake up the next morning and be told, don't come to work.
It's funny that you mentioned the Dave Chappelle thing, because I think about that all the time, and I've said this consistently on morning shows in the past, that I believe that it's easy to speak up against cancel culture when you're a comedian and say, I'm not going to play colleges, I'm not going to play here because of free speech issues.
Or when you're Elon Musk.
When you are Jerry Seinfeld, Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle, you have the luxury of doing that because you can afford to say, I'm going to play here, I'm not going to play there, because you don't need the money.
Yep.
Why I really respect somebody like Shane Gillis is because he was a nobody, basically, and then SNL hired him and then fired him for stuff he said. And he went out and he did the exact same. He didn't cower to anybody. He went out and did the exact same thing that he's always done, with no money to back him up, and he became popular in spite of that.
Yep.
So he's really a testament to cancel culture in the opposite way, where he was like, great, cancel me. I don't have the luxury of being Dave Chappelle and having millions and millions of dollars in the bank, but I'm still going to do this, and if it works out for me, great. If it doesn't, oh well.
Yeah.
And it worked out for him, great.
Well, there's two groups of people that are kind of above cancellation, or at least go into a controversial, and I'm saying controversial in air quotes, a controversial subject or topic, knowing that they will not become a victim of this. You either have to be super incredibly wealthy, where you have, FU money and you can say it, or you get to the point in your life where you're 70 years old, you've made your money, and maybe you're in the twilight of your career, or maybe you've retired and you're at, like Jerry Seinfeld. I know he's not 70, but Seinfeld's no longer producing his show, so he can say certain things because he's reached that point where it's like, well, it's really not going to be too punitive to me.
Yep, exactly.
But if you're 38 and you're living paycheck to paycheck, you got to almost self-censor yourself, right? Like, you just got to be like, I better not go there, I better not post this because my boss sees this and I'm going to get an email. So, and Mark Cuban said yesterday, he was on the Logan Paul podcast. He basically said that Elon Musk destroyed Twitter and X by restoring free speech. And I'm paraphrasing here. He basically called it a glorified S show. So to me, this is one of those things where if you are coming across, whether it's like, okay, Trump. If Trump gets reelected, I'm leaving America. That's what like Barbara Streisand and these people say. No, you're not. Elon Musk, he restores free speech on Twitter. Mark Cuban doesn't like it anymore. Well, then don't go on Twitter anymore. Nobody's forcing you to use X. Go to your little safe place. Go to Instagram. Go to Meta. Go to Snapchat. Hang out there, right? Go to TikTok. So it's the same thing with comedy shows. Nobody's forcing you to sit there through Shane Gillis. If you find Shane Gillis offensive, don't turn on Channel 10 on Saturday night at 11:30. Simple.
Yeah.
For the content that I don't like, I don't consume it.
Imagine that.
Right?
What a concept.
Right? Like I don't say cancel that. I don't like it. I just say, well, I don't like it, so I'm not going to watch it. If you don't like Kayal and Company, nobody's forcing you to listen. That's the way it works.
The only thing I want to add to what you were talking about, the Jonathan Zimmerman piece in the Inquirer about the schools and free speech, I wish that because he writes for the Inquirer, I know he's a professor at UPenn and studies history and teaches history, but what about our Thomas Jefferson University president, Mark Tykaczynski? Remember him last summer?
Yeah, for liking posts.
Yeah. What about his free speech?
Right.
So there's an irony there, and obviously he's writing an op-ed for the Inquirer, and it's really beautifully written, and I loved it. But the irony is, of course, that the Philadelphia Inquirer went after Tykaczynski. I mean, it was a campaign, and they were complicit in, I believe, pressuring him to step down. He's still a doctor there, but he had to step down from heading the medical school. Jonathan Zimmerman, I'll look at his book, Who's America? Culture Wars in the Public Schools, was recently published in a revised edition. I will read it. I'll check it out.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see because he's written very eloquently for this op-ed piece.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the guy from Thomas Jefferson because we live in this world now, and you've seen this for many, many years now, probably close to a decade, if not 12 to 15 years, where people put in their Twitter profile, retweets and likes do not necessarily mean endorsements.
Yeah.
So you could be clicking on something because you like it. You want to go back to it and reference it at a later point in time, and people will automatically assume that you agree with that opinion. And people felt the need to put that in their Twitter profile to protect themselves from those that are triggered over something that they just disagree with. That's infuriating.
Yeah.
Real fast before we break, can I do some instant feedback from some of the stuff that we've been getting from all morning, every topic we've been. So if you're listening right now and haven't been listening all morning, then maybe some of this stuff you don't know what we're talking about. But sorry. Let's start with ornery hounds when we were talking about the term limits and the age for senators. Nick, your bad take of the week.
Yes.
Ornery hound says the only solution is single 6-year Senate terms, seniority in years 5 and 6. Let everyone see the endpoint upon their candidacy. So
Okay.
that's basically term limits is what he's saying. Czar of Trenton says about me. Finally, someone is saying that The Wire was unwatchable. It was and is the Emperor's new close of series.
Oh.
See?
Okay, well, now there's two. Misery loves company, and Stalker has a buddy.
Antiquarius Emeritus, Retro Girl 49, says, regarding the travel in the 1950s, there's a big difference between scripted ad photography and everyday cell phone video. There were plenty of disruptive people in the past. We just didn't have the technology to record it in real time. I would disagree with that. I don't think that we had that level of
No, not the fisticuffs and not the brawls.
Yeah. Muggsy Doo on the Hunter Biden thing says the Republicans are going to screw this up too. They're going to create even more doubt about Biden and the Dems, and create even more doubt about Biden, and the Dems will replace him. We want Trump against Biden. That's a guaranteed victory.
It's a good point. It's actually a really good point. Somebody else tweeted us earlier saying we didn't learn from Fetterman. We went after Fetterman and made him more sympathetic. You're going to do the same thing to Hunter Biden, and people will view it sympathetically.
Colleen writes, if nothing happens to rich and powerful people, can you explain what is happening to Donald Trump and his family? I think you are wrong. People do care about Biden's bribery stuff, but mainstream media just won't report on it. And one more, Richard Notaro says, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Greg Stalker for a second time today. The Hunter scandal is meaningless and waste of time because the media doesn't give a rat's behind. So it's never going to be reported properly.
Well, that's the key right there, the way it'll be reported.
Exactly.
It will not be reported the same way you get it on this side of the ledger. All right, that'll do it. Final hour is on the way. We've got a big 3 in about 20 minutes, and then updates with the New York Times as well as cereal for dinner. You think there's been some bad takes this week? As Joe Biden said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Kayal and Company, we're back after this.
It's a great time of year to enjoy life. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. And looking forward to this summer. Call my friends from QC Kinetics. Call them now. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. In fact, QC Kinetics is transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair your damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, for me, for all of us. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, feel good while you're playing golf, and just be pain-free. How does that sound? No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. That's what I love about it. One of the things I love about it. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who are reclaiming their mobility. Take action now. Do this. Put it on the calendar so you can live your best life this spring and summer. It's a great use of your tax refund check, by the way. QC Kinetics. Call for a free consultation. 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, 999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online. Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council. 14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Busy Thursday morning, Kayal and Company. Great to have all of you aboard. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A lot of good stuff so far on the show. Mitch McConnell steps down. We've been talking about an age limit, term limits, successors to Mitch McConnell. Also, what I think Trump and the GOP should do in Georgia following this Laken Riley tragedy and the disaster of a press conference from the mayor in Athens, Georgia yesterday. That was the big take this morning. Also, Trump and Biden at the southern border today, a good 325 miles apart. So, also, Joe Biden cleared by the White House physician, even though no cognitive test was done. And, of course, yesterday, Trump getting good news from SCOTUS with his January 6th case. And we've been discussing all of that this morning. Also, a lot of other stuff that we'll get to here. I want to actually get to two stories with the New York Times and Chick-fil-A, but also the CEO of Kellogg's cereal is coming under criticism for suggesting that consumers eat cereal for dinner. This has become a really big story in light of what everybody has to deal with Bidenomics. And I've talked about this many times. I do my grocery shopping on Fridays, and I always complain about the cost of groceries, up 17, 19%, depending on where you look and where you shop over the last couple of years. And I think we've all certainly felt the pinch. And I'm all for, capitalism. And if you're a CEO of a company, you want to try to make inroads and increase your profits and things like that, even in tough times like this. But Gary Pilnick is the CEO of Kellogg, and he is suggesting that consumers, if you're dealing with the high cost of food, well, you should eat cereal for dinner. His message has landed him in hot water. He said, quote, "We got to reach the consumer where they are, so we are advertising about cereal for dinner," Pilnick said last week during an interview with CNBC. He said the message is, quote, "landing really well with consumers," although it's really not, who are spending more of their income on food than they have in the last 3 decades. In 2022, 11.3% of disposable income was used on food, the Wall Street Journal reported, citing data from the Agriculture Department. That is the highest figure since 1991, when 11.4% of disposable income was used on food, according to the data. Quote, "The cereal category has always been quite affordable, and it tends to be a great destination when consumers are feeling the pinch and are under pressure," Pilnick said, adding that, quote, "cereal for dinner is something that is probably more of a trend now, and we would expect that to continue as the consumer is under pressure." A lot of people firing back. Some people said on social media, such a cruel thing to say. People are suffering with lack of food due to inflation, and this guy is happy for that and trying to enhance their bottom line. All right, so a couple of thoughts on this. Number one, we're going to add this to the bad takes of the week, according to some people.
Oh, no.
But I'm just giving you the honest truth. Cereal's trash.
It is.
Cereal is vastly overrated. I've never been a cereal guy for breakfast, much less cereal for dinner. I'm also not a breakfast guy for dinner. Like, I mean, there were stretches in my life. I remember, like, occasionally my grandmother or occasionally my mom would be like, "What do you think about pancakes for dinner?" And it wasn't because, like, we were feeling the pinch financially. It's just, like, it was just like, "Hey, you do an omelet for dinner tonight?" And I was just like, no, I'm not. And I'm an eggs guy. I'm a bacon, sausage, pork roll guy. Like, I like hearty breakfasts, home fries, coffee, milk, juice. I'm not a cereal guy. Like, even as a kid, I was never like, hey, bowl of Fruit Loops, cartoons, Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Sports Center. Like, I was never the cereal guy. But this is another tone-deaf comment. And again, I from a capitalism standpoint, I got it. The guy's trying to make money. But pick and choose your spots better, right? Like, we're all struggling. We all don't want to go to the grocery store and spend $200. We would rather spend $1.65, right? And I just think this is one of these things where you come out, maybe your intentions were well, you're worried about your company, but dude, and let me ask you this. As an adult, where does cereal for dinner get you? Think about this. Honestly, think about the different walks of life you might be in. You might be a single man, and let's say you're going on a date, or let's say you've got a girlfriend, and you say, "Hey, honey, you want to come over to the apartment tonight for dinner?"
No, boy.
And she says, "Sure." And you roll out the Fruit Loops.
What do you?
Like,
what kind of date is that?
Like, you're going to get slapped in the face. My point being, this is not realistic. Now, let's say if you're married, and your wife gets home from work at 5:45. Let's say your wife is married to a radio host who does morning drive, and he's been home since 11 o'clock. And the wife comes home after a long day. She left at 6:30. She picked up the kids, dropped them off at soccer practice.
What the hell is that radio host doing, by the way?
Rolls in at 5:45, and the husband says, "All right, what are you thinking? I've got Cheerios, Frosted Flakes, and..."
Dawn is going to hate you.
Dawn, this would not fly. Like, if Larry rolls out cereal for dinner, like,
Larry doesn't. Dude, I would love it if I had a husband who would cook dinner.
But that's not
kidding me.
But cereal's not cooking anything.
Well,
would you be mad if Larry said, I'm gonna have dinner ready for you when you got home, and you and the boys sit down at the dining room table and there's cereal bowls out and a gallon of milk? You'd probably punch her in the face.
It just wouldn't
It'd be justified.
By the way, I think his comment was more on the state of the economy rather than, hey, everybody should eat cereal for breakfast,
yes,
right?
He's saying that cereal's affordable, so if you can't afford to have burgers and potato salad for dinner, hey, we've got the solution for you, a box of sugar.
He makes $4 million. He makes $4 million bonuses every year. This is a guy who's a multimillionaire.
Yeah.
And it just comes off as really, because you don't eat cereal for dinner. And
Right.
I think that's what people
Exactly.
It's the way that he's saying it. It's just sort of like, oh, I think this is an economy where people are having cereal for dinner. You know what I mean? It's like a
Isn't it
let
though?
them eat cake, Marie Antoinette kind of a thing. That's how he's being. Now there are some reports that he was fired, but I don't think he was.
No.
I think that's fake news.
I don't have that in front of me. I have this article that he's facing criticism from Fox Business.
I feel like everybody's taking this out of context. Like to think that people aren't eating cereal for breakfast is both of you. I love you both, but you're both living in bubbles.
Oh, no. I know people are eating cereal for breakfast. He's saying you should eat cereal for dinner if you can't afford groceries.
But people are eating cereal for dinner, too.
Who?
I'm telling you.
What, 16-year-olds maybe? While they're playing Xbox and taking a hit off their vape pen. Are grown adults eating cereal for dinner? And if they aren't, are they considering it because it's affordable?
I'm not saying you should. I just think that his
I'm eating a frozen Smart One dinner before I'm eating cereal.
His quote and look,
that's garbage too.
I'm with you. I have Cheerios sometimes on the weekends, but I normally don't eat cereal.
Because it's highly processed.
It is, but I put some blueberries in there. It's nice. It's a nice little breakfast. Okay.
What kind of milk are you putting on there? 2%, 1%?
Whole milk.
Whole?
Whole milk, no.
Whole milk is good for you.
It is. It's just hard to consume. I'm a 2% guy personally.
Yeah, I think we do 1%. I'm not. I don't know.
I could see you being a 1%er.
But I think I think the context of what he was saying is that, hey, the economy sucks right now. We talked about Wendy's and surge pricing, and it's $18 for a Happy Meal or whatever at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Hey, here's an alternative. Eat cereal.
Yes, that's exactly what he's saying.
But us as adults and consumers, we could say, you know what? I'm not gonna have cereal for. He can say it. Feel free to say it, right?
See, here's the thing. If he's the head of Iceberg Lettuce and he says, hey, you know what? You can get a nice little salad at your grocery store, buy a head of lettuce, a tomato, and an onion, and a little oil and vinegar, and you could probably have your dinner and have a healthy salad for $5.79. I don't think anybody would face I don't think he would be facing pushback. But you're trying to push a terrible product that's loaded with sugar.
All right.
And here's the bigger picture. We're creating the cycle again. Consuming cheap, non-real food gets you sick, you end up being on medicine, and it's the whole cycle again. This goes back to the big take. Everything comes back to a big take, folks. This comes back to big food, big pharma, and the whole cycle of if you eat processed garbage, you're going to end up being disease-ridden and reliant on the big companies. Pharma.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying because we had this discussion a couple weeks ago, and I'm with you. I went from not eating meat for almost 10 years to now, my diet consists of real food.
But it's real food, though.
That's all I eat is real food. I try and stay away from all the processed crap.
Right.
That being said, this is, I'm not going to personally do this, but I think taking this guy's comment like this, he's just trying to push the product. You know what I mean? I want everybody to listen to what we do on talk radio. I know they're not, but I want everybody to do it. So, why wouldn't the CEO of Kellogg say something like that?
I think he comes off as a little smarmy. And
Yeah. I think that's most people's. I think that's the overwhelming consensus.
Look, I've sent you the audio. Just even look at the guy. He's basically got an ascot. You know what I mean? He's that guy.
It's just insulting. It's like, hey, you can't afford to eat what you want, so I've got a cheap solution that'll probably kill you.
Well, Kelsey on the YouTube chat, this is a new one. She writes, 3 days a week cereal for dinner, and she's 39.
What kind of cereal?
Kelsey, call in.
Yeah, Kelsey.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. I would love to hear.
We've got a YouTube guy on the phone right now. Let's talk about cereal. He's a YouTube regular, and he goes by the name of Chris in Philadelphia. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Hey, buddy. How you doing, guys? I got to say, cereal was a staple of my life, growing up. I used to have my buddy over all the time. We'd be up at 3 a.m. playing GoldenEye on N64.
I remember that game.
Yeah, we're just eating cereal.
Did you when you were playing GoldenEye? Did you use Odd Job because he was like a cheat code?
No, I actually was the tall guy. I forgot Jaws.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I went that, but then I forgot the thing. But cereal was the
But then you grew up, Chris,
Cereal
right?
on your brain.
You grew up, you became an adult, and you stopped eating cereal for dinner, right?
I still eat cereal for dinner.
See, I'm telling you.
Like,
you
Chris,
guys live in these bubbles where
Chris, how
people
old
do
are
this.
You? How old are you, Chris?
I am 34. I will turn 35 in April.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. What kind of cereal?
Yeah, it's a great question, my dog.
Oh God, you guys are gonna hate this one. It's Fruity Pebbles.
I knew it. I knew it was Fruity Pebbles.
I had you pegged for an Apple Jacks
No,
guy myself.
I knew Fruity Pebbles is so bad for you.
Yeah.
Stop right now.
So we've
it's
now
banned
we've,
in the UK. It's got like the red dot. Like it's so
Mama
bad
Dawn,
for you.
Mama Dawn is
Oh
going
my
to
God.
lecture you, Chris.
I now
I'm just
I now
serious.
know that I will outlive one person in this audience. I will outlive Chris
Not Fruity Pebbles.
because Chris is eating Fruity Pebbles at
Yeah.
34 for dinner.
And Larry buys this stuff, and then I throw it away. It's the battle in my house.
I mean, wait, hang on, guys. Hang on.
very
Dawn,
bad for
Dawn.
you.
We all grew up on that crap. We're fine. We're sitting here living our lives. We're fine.
You know what the key is?
Back in the day, it didn't have all the stuff it has.
Moderation.
now.
Moderation, people. Moderation. Everything in moderation.
That's true.
I just think that what this guy is saying has been taken out of context.
All
I
right.
do. I think he's just trying to push his product.
Probably so.
Like I try and push subscribe to the YouTube channel and make sure you follow us on the Odyssey app and all of that stuff.
Well,
It's
we
just-
already know what you're about.
I'm a capitalist and a corporate whore. Exactly. I'm all
Well,
for personal
whore.
responsibility. I am the ultimate libertarian. I am for personal responsibility. If these guys can push these products all they want to, you as an adult and a consumer don't have to eat them or use their products. It's a free country.
I would put this CEO right up there with the mayor of Athens. Very tone deaf. You get out there, and these people, you got to start learning how to put together a presentation and a speech that doesn't backfire on them. 855-839-1210. Let me grab this call. Hey, we're big in the cereal community today.
It is.
Bob in Birdsboro. Bob, good morning. How are you?
Ladies, gentlemen, how's it going? First time caller.
Oh, good to have you, bro.
It's actually Kelsey on YouTube. You told me to call in. That's my daughter.
Oh.
Beautiful.
You're not eating Fruity Pebbles, are you?
I'm sorry. I misgendered you. I thought you were a female.
It's my daughter's YouTube. I don't do that YouTube crap.
All right, go ahead. What do you got?
I'm 39, and I have Cocoa Pebbles, Fruit Loops, and Cheerios.
Bob, are you married?
I am.
Have you ever made cereal for dinner for your wife after a day of work?
Never.
Okay. So
Good.
you want to remain,
Never.
you want to remain married.
The daughter and the wife get food. I get cereal.
Okay.
See,
that's a
and
family man right there.
He's a man.
Yes.
He's a man, and
I
he
give
can
him
have
credit
what
for
he
that.
wants to have.
Right.
Right.
Yes.
He's a consumer. If that's what he wants, that's what he wants.
Bob might go to the grocery store and say, you know what, I've got $38. That's only going to get me 2 steaks. I'll get the steak for my wife and daughter, and I'll have the processed sugar in a box.
It is unbelievable. The phones have exploded.
Father of the Year material.
I know. He's sweet.
The phones have exploded, Nick.
Yes, they have. We got a break.
No, we can take a few more calls.
Oh,
I'm making an executive decision.
Woohoo.
All right, let's go to Joan. She's in Marlton. Joan, good morning.
Good morning. Glad to talk to you.
I have to talk to you as well.
Uh-oh.
I just wanted to say that there's good cereals and there's not so good cereals. I had been eating cereal probably all through school. Every morning I would have cereal. And since then I probably have cereal maybe once or twice a week for the rest of my life. And I'm 90.
God bless you.
Whoa! Thank you.
90 years old.
Say that again, Joan. She's 90 and she's been eating cereal for her entire life.
Yes.
She's not doing Fruity Pebbles.
What are we going? Cheerios, Joan?
No, I'm not. That's what I said. There are good cereals and not so good cereals.
So what do you eat?
For the most part, you would eat the fairly good cereals.
Like
Okay.
what?
Like which one? Drop a name brand here on us.
Usually some kind of a like a wheat Chex.
Yep.
Let me see what I have right now. I think I have.
Yeah, take us into your pantry.
Joan's pantry. I love this.
No, I've been. I go also to things like the honey crunch. I guess it is. I think I forget the names of them. But and I do go, but I don't eat things like Fruit Loops.
Yeah.
I don't like the kids cereals. I always like Wheaties
Yep.
cornflakes, that kind of stuff.
Joan, are you an almond milk user? What kind of milk do you use?
Right now, no. Right now, I'm in the fat-free milk. I used to drink regular whole milk.
Gotcha. All right, very
Let
good.
me
There she
get
is.
Joan. Did you drink and smoke? And
She's gone. She's gone. Yeah. No, she didn't drink and smoke. She's 90. She
ate cereal her entire life.
Might have a glass of wine every night. They say that's good.
Amen for her.
But if she did drink and smoke, as long as she quit at some
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
God bless Joan. I
But
love it.
I love it.
You know what? You know why this radio show is great, by the way? Because we had a 34-year-old, a 39-year-old, and a 90-year-old calling in.
That's
like,
right.
It's just like you can't. No other radio show has that sort of
Right.
range.
Well, it helps when I'm 40 going on 70. Never judge a book by its cover, folks. One more. Let's grab Jerry is in Pottsville. Jerry, good morning. How are you?
Morning. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Yeah, I'm 56 years old, and I eat cereal for dinner, especially during the summertime. I actually call summer cereal season because I eat more cereal during the summer for dinner, especially when it's extremely hot out.
Yep.
I get home from work. I don't feel like heating up the house, and sometimes it's so hot I don't even want to stand by the grill.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Jerry. And you also don't want to carry around a heavy meal in your stomach in the summer evening hours when it's, still 85 degrees. I don't, and I appreciate the call. I'm not a cereal guy for sure, so I'm not a cereal guy in the summer by any stretch. But I do like to eat lighter in the summer. Like I like to have a grilled chicken salad 3 nights a week in the summer. Something light. Like I'm not doing. As much as I love pizza in the summer is a tough ask.
You know what I'm going to do?
What?
I know what I said to both of you. I'm going to throw my dietary things out the window tonight just to spite the both of you. Yeah. I'm going to eat cereal for dinner.
Why don't you actually have the wife record it and post it on Twitter?
I'm gonna have a bowl of Count Chocula.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm just going to sit there, me and my son. I'm sure my son will love it. And we're just going to sit there and eat cereal for dinner. To hell with you elitist snobs. I am with the listeners. Cereal for dinner.
I'm going to have a nice little salad, a little balsamic vinaigrette dressing, maybe throw an orange
And I'm going to be like Joan. I'm going to live to 90, and you're going to be dead by 60.
Stop.
We are a morbid show.
We are.
It's really bad.
I can't wait to address my parents in the afterlife. I've got a lot of things I want to get off my chest. 855. I can't say it on the air. FCC related.
We should. Let's do the movie clip here.
All right, let's get to the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And one lucky fan will go home with a game ball.
That's your head next time. You're a big baby, Jackie.
Jackie Moon and the referee really going at it here.
I didn't say anything. I barely raised my voice.
I should call your mother.
You need a phone to heaven to do that.
Maybe your mom didn't go to heaven.
Oh, dear. Oh, my. Oh, no.
Okay, everyone off the floor. Let's go. Choppers, let's go.
No, Jackie.
It appears a line has been crossed by Father Pat of all people.
Look, Jackie, I'm sorry.
Stop the broadcast.
Jackie Moon is pulling his team off the court.
You forfeit this game, Jackie, if you keep walking.
That's fine.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of tickets to that Old Black Magic featuring Keith Spencer, March 23rd at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more information, visit bucks.edu/tickets. Caller 12-855-839-1210. We'll come back, get our winner. We've got our big three. And then last story of the day, what's going on at the New York Times? And why are they hating on Chick-fil-A? Does it have anything to do with religion? We'll get into that as we wrap it up. Cut sheet on the way as well. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn Dawn sent you.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me, they calm me down, they make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There are times where high standards are vital. For example, your football team wouldn't let just anyone start at quarterback. And should you let just anyone give you guidance? We don't think so. In fact, at California Psychics, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. You see, we come from the home of free spirits and open minds. We're not short of spiritual believers or big dreamers. It's why we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. California Psychics connect you with the very best, so we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So, there's never been a better time to give our services a try. That sounds like a touchdown to me. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency, now is the time to take advantage of Wells Fargo's savings options. Wells Fargo offers savings accounts that can help you save towards your goals. So, what are you saving for? Visit a Wells Fargo branch or wellsfargo.com/save to open a savings account today.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC. You can admit it, you're obsessed with the news. But you don't want to be that person watching TV waiting for the next news story to break. So use your ears instead with the free Odyssey app. With this station available on the free Odyssey app, you can get your local news and discover news stations from around the country. And with hundreds of podcasts also available, you can go deep into the topics you care about. Download the free Odyssey app wherever you get your apps to get the news you crave. Your news fix, your Odyssey.
14 years from today, Jen Gomez will transform her tiny backyard garden into an organic microfarm, all because she's future-proofing her house and garden today with home safety resources from AARP's Home Fit Guide, so she can share her harvest with the community she loves for years to come. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join AARP Philly for a free AARP Home Fit Workshop Saturday, March 16th at 12 p.m. Sign up at aarp.org/yourhome.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Hello, everybody.
Kayal and Company, 926. Happy Thursday to all of you. The Dawn Show in just about 34 minutes. We'll find out what's on tap for Dawn's program today in music history and who won Twitter today. Good luck combing through all the replies today. The mention's probably off the charts, but I don't decide that one. We'll get to our cut sheet and Dawn's Big Three in just a moment, but let's get Joe in Hatfield. He's our morning mystery movie clip winner. Joe, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Yeah, that was Semi-Pro.
That is correct. Semi-Pro is the identity of the movie, and Joe, you have won the tickets at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. We thank you very much for listening and playing. All right, without further ado, let's find out what's going on in the world of news. It's time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:27.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, Governor Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania, announcing today this new election security task force that puts in place a bunch of measures across federal, state, as well as local agencies that the governor hopes will keep the 2024 vote in the battleground state free from misinformation or disinformation, other obstacles, and interference, election interference taking center stage. So Governor Josh Shapiro naming this election threats task force just today.
Boy,
we're going to learn more about it throughout the day.
It's almost like he was listening to our show yesterday, Dawn, when you were speaking about wanting to feel comfortable with our election system and the electoral process. Maybe Josh Shapiro's a P1.
Maybe.
All right, Josh.
I mean, it's his latest move. He's faced with a divided legislature, so he's mostly resorting to executive actions. But I will say this, there are some pivotal votes coming up this year because right now, if they have a net gain with these 3 elections this year, 3 Democrats, that would break the 25-25 deadlock.
Right.
And then the Lieutenant Gov Davis, Austin Davis, he would be the tiebreaker. So there's that going on. That's why your vote always matters, even if you think, statewide or these county, all of this matters.
Yep.
So we just point that out to you. And I know we've talked a lot about that, but just thinking about elections, and some people say, oh, my vote doesn't count. Oh, yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, the case, and this is making national news, a federal judge in Philadelphia ordering one of my favorite actors, Academy Award nominated actor Terrence Howard. Remember, he lived here I think he still has a home in Plymouth Meeting.
I was just going to say he's from this area, right?
Oh, okay.
So,
So he's in my neck of the woods.
Yep.
So listen to this. This federal judge here in Philadelphia ordering him to pay nearly $1 million back in back taxes and all the penalties involved. And his defense, he had said, is because it's, quote, immoral for the United States government to charge taxes to the descendants of slaves.
Oh, my God.
I actually love this.
Oh, my God. Oh, man.
Oh, wow. What a time to be alive.
Is it? Is
So,
it, Nick?
if you
Yeah,
know,
I'm
he's
contemplating it.
He's 54 years old, star of the TV hit Empire, gorgeous with those green eyes. He's
Wow.
very handsome. But he does still have that. I'm looking up. He still lists the address as Plymouth Meeting. But they've been trying to collect these taxes for years, since like 2010.
Mhm.
So they've come after Terrence Howard.
Oh, so he's who was the other guy that was a big time celebrity Hollywood actor? Was it Wesley? Did Wesley
Snipes went to jail.
Yeah, for income tax
that was
evasion,
ridiculous.
right? Yeah.
And Hunter Biden's free with his IRS issues.
I was just going to say it's the same issue Hunter Biden went through.
And then you wonder why this is in the black community. Why, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Right.
But Terrence, I gotta have Terrence on. We gotta support Terrence.
Yeah,
Howard.
get the Renzo to book him.
I love him, but he seriously, I guess he left this long message. 400 years of forced labor. I don't know if we can get the audio. There was a transcript entered into court, and he talked about forced labor, never receiving compensation for slavery, and you have the gall to try to prosecute and charge taxes, so on and so forth. And then he hung up. The phone message hung up on him or whatever.
Yeah.
And he called back, left the message. But so this ruling is against him. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe people will create a GoFundMe if he can't afford his taxes.
Terrence Howard's a Plymouth Meeting guy. I'll be there.
Right?
Yeah.
It's right by you. You got to go golfing.
I'm
with
going to
him.
swing by his house on my way up to Bluebell. Yeah.
So now let's take you to Delaware. Some irony here. A court in President Joe Biden's home state, so it's technically a local story, it's Delaware, determining that a state law allowing 10 days of early voting and permanent absentee voting violated the Delaware Constitution.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, boy.
Ruh-roh.
So after, President Biden came into office, then Biden regularly launched, all of these, talking about all these different voter ID for mail-in voting, all talking about Georgia, the mail-in voting laws. Here is a Delaware Superior Court Judge, Mark Connor. This is a 25-page opinion. And, quote, the enactments of the General Assembly challenged today are inconsistent with our Constitution in Delaware and therefore cannot stand. Quoting Article 5, Section 1, general elections shall be held biannually Tuesday next after the first Monday in the month of November, blah, blah, blah. Delaware early voting law, which was enacted in 2019 during COVID And we had talked about it at the time. Well, now, so it allows in-person voting up to 10 days before an election. They're saying, nope, not constitutional.
Ooh, okay.
How about that?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Kind of a slap in the face. But that's your big three, Kayal and Company.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Sid took a still photo, and he is, I guess when you were going off about Fruity Pebbles, did you take your headphones off when you went on that little tangent? Because he's got like a picture of you with your headphones falling off and your hair up in the air.
Oh, maybe so.
Oh, yeah. Your hair's up right now, my love.
Oh, it is.
Oh, is it really?
You know, my hair, my hair is
mine's
too
sticking
long.
up?
It's like,
I love it. I love it. Nick is so jealous.
I know.
There.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Let me see if that
Feels
looks
like a
better.
weed.
Yeah, it looks better now. See? There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Sid.
right. Sid calling you.
Sid's
Calling you
taking
out.
care of
Yeah.
me.
Sid's now officially the staff photographer of the show.
Yeah.
And makeup artist and hair expert.
Thank you.
Let's get to what's on
we have to break.
Oh, that's right. What's on the cut sheet part due when we come back? Because we got to pay some bills. Because we're high rollers and we make money. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They do such beautiful work. I love the work they've done in my home. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, yes, I would choose the Chapman team. I would trust nobody else with that important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding, or maybe you've decided to remove your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman and think about that gorgeous James Hardy plank or vinyl siding. It's going to add value to your home as well as beauty. You want to get the ball rolling here, get this on the calendar and start planning your siding project for this year. The certified Chapman installers, they are the professionals that you want on this job. So if you or somebody you know, maybe you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, the hardware choices with the shutters are beautiful, by the way. You can take a virtual tour, go to ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, and they have all those. I love the before and afters, the front door makeovers. You can see the jobs where they did stucco remediation, which is a big job, and you want somebody with that skill set, okay? So you can also text or call. They're listening right now, and they're longtime listeners of us. 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Although you try not to, most of us have used an ATM out of network. And at the end, you get that notice that it's going to cost you $4 extra.
Are you kidding me?
So you're paying money to get your own money. It makes you crazy. In retirement, you're going to want to use that 401k, but every time you dip into it, you have to pay taxes. Here we go again. You have to pay money to get your own money.
Oh, come on!
Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group believes that every retirement plan needs a tax plan. Without it, you're using Uncle Sam's plan. And do you really think that's going to work in your favor? Call Retire Ready Financial Group today at 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 and schedule a complimentary retirement consultation. Or you can find them online at retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt,
There are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $1 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli. The only choice you need for a lawn care service is the choice I made, Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been creating green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Unlike other lawn care companies, Natural Lawn's technicians work to determine the specific needs of your lawn. That reduces the need for chemicals and creates a safer lawn for your family and pets. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Oh, yeah. Kayal and Company coming down the stretch here on a Thursday. We will find out what is on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history and our winner of Twitter in just a matter of minutes as we continue. Sunny, beautiful day. Let's find out what Stalker has lined up for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. Forgive me about this because there's going to be no video because I'm doing a million things back here. So, Kamala Harris did a radio interview with WURD, The Word. And a few clips from that are surfacing right now. Apparently, during one of the questions here, she suddenly developed a Southern accent. She does this from time to time.
Yes, she does.
Did you ever notice that when she's talking to a certain group of people, she all of a sudden gets a... Hillary Clinton used to do that too.
Mm-hmm. Some people get like a little bit of a thicker draw.
Yep.
Sometimes I hear people are a little bit more nasally, but she gets the thick draw.
She does. Hang on a second.
So she was on in Philadelphia?
Is this Philadelphia?
Yeah, WURD is a Philadelphia station.
WURDradio.com, yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe she'll come on 1210.
Yeah, I doubt it. Here's Kamala Harris.
You know, I was recently with a bunch of faith leaders, and I said, you know, I said to the preachers who were there, you know, during announcements on Sunday at church, could you perhaps ask people to stand up and say who got their student loan forgiven, because so many have.
Yeah, there you go.
What is so funny? Like, why is she like caught in the middle of a giggle burst?
Yeah.
Like she really can't. You ever notice when she steps out of serious mode where if she's not talking about abortion, or if she's not talking about the border or an issue, but she's talking about her life and society, whether it's at church or shopping, she can't get through even like the setting up of the story.
I know.
Without the giggles.
I hate that when you're talking to certain people, you all of a sudden it's like, Southern churches. Oh yeah, I grew up in Southern. From Oakland.
You're from the Bay.
Come on.
Yeah, act like you're from Biloxi. Stop.
A little bit more from Kamala Harris on With the Word.
We are proudly talking about equity, even though these people on the, so-called leaders want to shut down DEI.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
They're trying to do with DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, what they sadly successfully did with woke.
Oh.
See, we're doing with DEI what we did with woke.
All right, so we got woke on Word. I got you. That's a promo. I just helped that station out. Like, no, the DEI stuff, it's discriminatory in nature. I mean, forget the ridiculous aspect of it. You're never going to get your most qualified, deserving people. The sheer practice of it actually goes against what they're claiming it advocates for.
Yep. One more on the Word. Are you sure this is a Philadelphia station?
Oh yeah,
I'm almost
one
certain.
of the few African American.
Yep.
It's African American owned, and they're one of the few in the nation. So kind of famous and like a legacy station, if you will.
You would think the radio guy would know that.
Yeah.
I do know that, but I just thought maybe. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's WURD.
All right, one more.
96.1.
One more. They have an FM dial?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
They do.
Oh, maybe that's why we won't get Kamala. We're stuck on that.
It's they call it the Black Talk Radio.
Okay, cool. All right, here we go. One more with Kamala.
Having progressive prosecutors, for example, who can show what is possible and then show that it works and show that, frankly, it's not contrary at all to public safety. In fact, it is a better way. It is a very effective way, among other ways, to achieve public safety.
There you go.
Imagine sitting there and telling an audience that progressive prosecutors leads to a safer society in America. So it's actually, you are a safer human being today knowing that the people that should be in jail after 11 arrests are actually roaming the streets.
It's unbelievable.
It really is.
It really is.
All right, we'll come back and find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, and we'll do that next here on Kayal and Company on 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Drive through the winter season with Hessert Chevrolet, Philly's largest Chevy dealership. With the largest inventory and so easy to get to right on the boulevard in Northeast Philly, you can check out all the latest models. Sized to fit any family with all of the latest convenience and safety features you'd expect. And with a service department open 6 days a week, now is the perfect time to make sure your current Chevy is winter ready. So stop into Hessert Chevy today, where it's always your way.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
This is a consumer warning. Countless financial shows have promised the peace of mind that comes only with a crash-proof retirement. Yet time and time again, the claims of these firms are revealed as nothing more than deception. The imitators never last, but their hollow promises have caused irreparable financial damage that continues to plague investors to this day. Don't be fooled by the copycats. No other firm has access to the proprietary crash-proof retirement system that provides market-like returns credited as interest with no market risk or fees to over 5,000 clients through all economic conditions. So when you hear other firms marketing a financial X-ray, beware. Only Crash-Proof Retirement's Financial MRI provides the 44-step in-depth forensic analysis needed to expose the dangers hidden within your portfolio. Be with the originators. Tune in to the one and only Crash-Proof Retirement Show, which continues to outlast all financial radio programs as it has for over 15 years. Saturday at 11 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi everyone, Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
$9:50, Kayal and Company winding things down here on a Thursday. Going to be another good show tomorrow, but before then, we have the Dawn Show. That's coming up in 10 minutes as we find what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yes, so we will, first, the guests. We have Sergeant Betsy Brantner-Smith. We'll talk about policing and a lot of law enforcement issues going on, so we'll check in with her about 10:06-ish. Christine Flowers in the 11 a.m. hour. We got a lot to catch up on, and why Christine is glad that somebody was booted from being a spokesperson for a certain favorite makeup that we like. So we'll talk about cancel culture, and maybe we'll debate on that when I disagree with cancel culture.
Okay.
Also, Mayor Sherelle Parker, what's up with this, where she's saying, no, all city workers. Did you know all 25,000 city workers in Philadelphia, they're not back to full-time work?
5 days a week. I saw that
Get
story.
back to work, people. Oh, she's getting, so we'll talk about that. We'll talk about the mayor, the governor, all the local politics as well, and update you on everything that's going on as we carry on the baton.
Imagine being February of 2024, and there are some people that have yet to go back to the office 5 days a week. That's a wild concept.
It's crazy.
It really is. All right, let's get to today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, Leap Day, February 29th. Notable albums released on this day include Robert Plant's Now and Then from '88,
and Journey's departure in 1980. We also lost Davy Jones and the Monkees on this day in 2012. Also, Mr. Biggs to Be With You was #1 on the singles chart in 92. By the way, they were great 3 weeks ago at the Keswick. And Frank Sinatra's album Come Fly With Me was on top of that chart in 1958. Also on this day in 92, U2 began their Zoo TV tour in Lakeland, Florida. And yes, I was also at one of those shows at Yankee Stadium.
Wow.
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
I'll tell you what, man, this guy's a world traveler.
He is.
It's unbelievable.
He is.
Usually he's in the 70s and 80s wheelhouse.
Come on, this is Mr. Big.
Today he ranged from 58 to 2012.
Yep.
That's diversity, folks.
This is a great song. I forgot how good this song was.
Come on, baby, fake the twist of both of you. So come on, baby, come on over. Let me be the one to show you.
I miss the 80s rock ballad anthems.
Yeah. Get you in the feelings.
It's one of my guilty pleasures. All right.
That's good to know. Another bad take, but a good to know. All right, let's wrap it up with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
Hassan Bin Sober, I'm just going to keep playing this. Hassan Bin Sober wins Twitter. He says, I smoke a lot of pot and still don't sound as stoned as Kamala.
I love that.
True. It's true.
Wow, what a program. What a show. What a day. What a time to be alive. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We are back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. And never forget, folks, on this program,
Kayal and Company, we're kind of right.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this